Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Ding ding. Daily morning short. Yeah. Pre-market was looking really good. VIX at 29. How's the SPY looking though? The SPY's looking like it's pulling a bit of a recovery. Hmm. I wonder at the lower. I'm just curious about something here. Sorry. Interesting. Good morning. It'd be super exciting if liquidations took place. Yeah. SPY calls are barely. My SPY calls are 440, so they're not. I wouldn't say they're up. They're like even. Please remind me what price Delta Neutral is right now. As far as I know, it's still 106. I didn't get an update from Haley today. She must have been busy. So I will actually let me try to reach out to her um, and see if there was anything. I feel like DN may be lowered because of all the call buying that was occurring, but sensitivity might also have dropped a little because of all the people selling out of weeklies. God, IV is high as fuck. Um, not a lot of money to be saved there. Got busy at work yesterday. Was able to roll my 10-ish 218 CCs from 120 to 350 while we were up yesterday. What do you now? Diamond, roll now even though bleeding. So you rolled your 218 covered calls from 120 to 350. Is that what you're saying? Or you're just saying calls? Like long calls? Or CC means cover call. I wasn't able to roll them. I mean, you're not going to get assigned on covered calls that you have at 350 right now. The IV bump, fuck you. He wasn't able to roll. But he didn't get called away. We didn't break 120. I don't think he meant covered calls. Oh. Okay. CC means covered call. So that part was confusing. If you were able to roll your calls, I don't know. It's up to you. You could try to sit on them for a couple more days and see if IV crushes, but I think that's less likely than just like trying to take a little hit. You can see if we run today. Is IV up that much? I mean, IV's up on the Febs too, so this should be more valuable as well. Actually, IV I think is up higher on the Febs than it is on the March. Um, sorry, I missed a cut file also. Yeah, not covered. Oh. Yeah, I mean if you missed the window to roll at the peak, then we're kind of low right now. But we're pushing up on delta neutral again, which could, be the beginning of another run. Have you read Samrog Dog's 13's DD? It says variant swap market makers who are short options need only to hedge at market close, thereby only hedging the close to close realized variance. This is why they can't let the price run and then slam it back down. Thoughts? No. Us getting slammed back down yesterday was market wide. It wasn't just GameStop. And it's not like they're slamming the entire market to go short variance, right? There was a massive sell off yesterday, like a market wide sweep. I think there's something wrong with my calls from yesterday. They're green. What mean? I mean, not a lot of places to go from here, but slightly more up. It's hard to say what happened yesterday. We wouldn't know, right? Sorry, one sec. Isn't VIX moving? SPY's going up. VIX should be dropping off. It is. It's starting to. It's on premium during at 120 for this week. Huh. It's like more expensive than a 118 right now. Like just a lot of open interest there, I guess. I assume that's what you mean. Um, Tesla dead. I guess robots, something. Read a DD last night that said futures are based on closing price, so they had to short to keep the closing price down. Not sure if that's true or not. I mean they should be based on closing price, yeah. It could be. It's awfully broad swath. What was your question, Ryan? Sorry. Let me try to find it. Thoughts on reported SI increasing? How much did it jump up? I know we kind of expected reported SI to increase. We discussed that previously. Well, partially because more put contracts, right? Going into the SI reporting date. So there's a lot of synthetic shorting going on um, that might have bumped the numbers. Also, we're seeing them hit the borrow pool a little harder. You just think we've had enough of a reversal to have a more bullish outlook now going forward? Or do we still trend bearish barring market forces? We have to see how the turnaround plays out. It looks good, but I wouldn't say it's confirmed. It's a technical bounce on the 1 day, but we really need to clear 120. And ideally we need to clear 150 for it to be, confirmed turnaround. This future cycle definitely didn't seem to have the VUP of past ones, so either liquidation, as they failed to cover, or they maybe found another way to package up those contracts. I mean, as far as fail cycles go, we only have 2 examples, and that's September, 3 now. September 20, December 20. We all know what this led to. And September 21. This one isn't finished, but as like on failure to roll forward futures, these are the only cycles that line up with that. All the rest were rolled, right? So March and June were rolled forward. So, I mean, we didn't have the November OPEX run. Like, the OPEX run in November wasn't violent or as violent as the August OPEX run, but I think that's just because they hedged it in advance. So they, instead of creating a ton of volatility on 1 day, like they did in August, in November, they hedged in advance, then covered, and then smashed it down. So we ended up with a lot less volatility going into the peak than we did in August, right? I still think that the liability for November was about the same. Yeah, I'll check it out, Dilly Dano. So percentage-wise, how much out of 100 would that SPY dump, Netflix, Microsoft, current Tesla liquidations be if big boys are matching a squeeze in early Jan? Then that would be it, right? What would be it? There hasn't been a squeeze yet, Bob. Percentage-wise, how much would it be liquidations? I have no idea, man. Donation toward new Epic Pen fund. Thank you. Was my Epic Pen not fucking working again? Oh, goddamn son of a bitch. It's alright. I've explained the fucking August and November OPEX cycles till I'm blue in the face. I think the SPY could run hard today. Isn't it? Yeah. It looks very good. And I think they're still covering today, if that's any consolation for anybody. 2%, 20% currently. Up, yeah. I mean, they're definitely hitting the lending pool a little more heavily. So that plus synthetic shorting into the reporting date probably bumped the OI a bit. or the SI, sorry. What's your pin on AMD? They just cleared to buy Xilinx, and it's sitting on EMA 250. It's probably a good buy. How much is the other one? Because there's arbitrage between those. And then how much is... You need to figure out how much AMD's... I haven't really been paying attention to it. I just have long calls on AMD and some stock. But yeah, you need to find out what the arbitrage is there. Brett Madan, thank you so much for coming to Cornish Island, dude. Fidelity zeroed out of borrowable shares. They were low when I checked this morning, like 1,400. So I'm not surprised. What are your thoughts on the Fed's news yesterday? I didn't really get anything out of it that I felt was unexpected. They're still considering a rate increase in March. COVID and supply chain issues continue to drive up inflation. It's, I don't know. It didn't seem shocking enough for me to get the sell off that we saw. Epic Pen is the worst piece of shit software ever made. At least it doesn't crash my stream anymore. With the new transparency rules, will synthetic access become lower or obsolete? Therefore, real pressure on stock demand, market maintained. Why? Because they have to report more? Do they even have to report more, or do they just have to report faster? And then the question is, how does that affect reg show reporting? Oh, god damn it. I can't think of words right now. I'm very tired. Uh, nope, it's gone. Citadel has almost no reg show reporting requirements. So are they just forcing a stricter adherence to reg show, or are they forcing everyone to report as they normally would and getting rid of the, you know, free passes they've handed out to funds over the years? iBroker fee rate 1.36 now. Are you fucking serious? That's the highest it's been. Okay, that I need to update that. That's the highest it's been since April. I need to double check that, make sure that's correct, but I'm still not seeing that. Can you send me a screenshot? Sweep 200,000 premium. Oop. Thank you, Dragody. I appreciate that. I don't have IBKR open right now. At least May, June, right? I think it might have hit 1.4 back then. All right. Sorry. Just picked up March 18 190s. Woot. Now we can go up. Not selfish or anything. Is OI spiking or am I just high? Open interest was shooting up yesterday. Lots of calls being purchased. I have not checked today. Let me check. Yeah, it looks extremely call favored. Some June 115 puts, but not a significant quantity of them. And the OI on some of them is down, so I'm imagining some of these are getting exercised. Feb 11 100s. Maybe being sold. I don't know. There's literally no spread, so it's hard to say. Probably not being bought. Maybe. Jan 28th and June 17 115s being bought though. Bought and or exercised. I think the Jan 28s are being exercised and the June 17s are being bought. Everything else call favored. Feb 4, Jan 19 24. So some leaps. Jan 28 110, 28 104. So pretty call favored this morning. CDMs. Thank you. I see. Wasn't it talking about Powell's last sentences? They called out the MM and hedge funds. I didn't see it. What line is that we just bounced off of? This? We fell through it, but this is the like a long-term trend I drew out from a couple of days ago. Let's see, we fell below it here and way below it here. There's another trend probably out here on like the 15-minute that's even lower, but I don't have like a new low to test it off of, right? So it's just kind of arbitrary where it would fall. I'm probably in line with the others. I can set like the same angle on them, I guess. That's odd. I would say more like there. Can I have to eyeball it because this doesn't match those? That could be a bit off. Shifts are showing calls are more than 2-to-1 with puts today. Thanks. Why did the free float drop on WeBull? Yeah, Yo-Yo deleted her Reddit account. That implies insider buying or buyback. Noticeable activity on 300C for June. It's probably... How much are those, by the way? It's a parallel indicator. Oh. So I forgot about this. Hold on. I can use this. I should just do it on the 1 minute since we're going to be looking at it all fucking day. Hold on. I'm just going to redo all of this. Okay, that's fine. Or 5 minute. I'll do it on the 5. All right. Kenny Shills got to her. Why did she delete it? Because people were harassing her because she presented data. If the spike 3 weeks ago was a buyback, when would we see any sign of that? Drop in free float sort of lines up with the buyback money and after hour volume from then. The drop in free float's not that significant. I don't think it lines up with the after hours volume. It's what? 14,000 or 140,000 shares. Does that line up? No. The buy volume that buy volume in after hours was like 890,000 shares. Where's people say the float is? It says it's 62.52. When you mentioned the plunge team, did you see that post where a shit ton of spy puts were sold? Is that what you were mentioning? No. What do you think the SPY will reach today? Will it manage to break 440? I mean, it's breaking 441 right now. It looks good. Like the trend is pretty strong. GameStop kind of, well, we're just getting shorted, I think. Yeah. Do I think DN is still 106? I'm not sure. I didn't get an update from Yelia today, so I'm not positive on the current DN. I would imagine it's relatively close to 106. I don't think it changed that much. 5K return to iBarrow. That's not really an irrelevant number. GME short exempt for yesterday, 2.3 million. Lots of hedging or bona fide market making. Does this look oddly familiar to yesterday's open? Yeah, a little bit. Not as volatile. Fidelity's tapped out. No shares to borrow. When price only makes it to 120 or any money figure for that matter, what prevents them from just knocking it right back down to 100? I don't see how this ever lifts off. Eventually there's enough force that they can't stop it. Like they can't just maintain price suppression forever. It doesn't work. That's why GameStop's broken out so many times this year. Over this last year. Possible for retail to borrow all the available shares in the morning and keep them from the short hedge funds. You don't have that kind of cash collateral. If there's like 300,000 shares to borrow, you need cash collateral and equivalent to that. Also, retail definitely doesn't. Most of retail doesn't even have margin accounts. Well, they generally Fidelity's rate doesn't move very often at all, but when it does, it's usually when they get drained out to zero. And then when some more shares come back, the rate will go up. I think it's just how they report their rate raises. I don't think it's so much that they haven't raised it yet. I just think they're not showing that they have. See you later, Aaron. Speak for yourself. I have $11. Collateral for GME shorting is like 300%. I don't know. I haven't done it. So yeah. So $9 million to borrow 300,000 shares. Right? No. 1.2. 1 point. What? No, because the shares are $100 a piece. Let me do the. Let me calculate it. Where's my calculator? It's 103.48. So it's $31 million. So $93 million of cash collateral to borrow 300,000 shares. I don't think that's gonna happen. IBKR at 135. Yeah, it is. I, I got multiple screenshots, Board Gamer. I posted one in the Daily DD. Should I finance a big purchase to buy some leaps or not? 8%, 36 months. I don't like getting loans to buy stocks. WeBull free float was 62.66 million yesterday. It was 62.66 million yesterday. I take a fucking screenshot of it every day and put it in my profile. We can find out the exact day it changed. Or I put it in the Daily DD. Don't I? Where the fuck is it? Oh, is this today's? This is today's. Yesterday's. Yeah, yesterday. I should actually update this because this is probably important. Remember that SoftBank got margin called. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I'm sure they weren't the only one. Anybody know their AUM? What the fuck is this? These are file dates, but if you look at the price, these weren't bought recently, Daniel. Most of the cost basis there is like in the 40s and 30s. The Columbia mid cap ones were bought higher. I think Fidelity did some buying. But none of these, yeah, none of these like cost bases are in line with the current price. Did it go up? Do you have the previous report? Talking about FS Max. I mean, nobody's selling them shares of GameStop at $40. Because it's not showing an increase in holdings. I don't know why the free float changed. 1.4% borrow fee. Interesting. Yeah, it's the highest it's been for a long time. What was the borrow rate today, last year? Fuck if I know. High. Very high. Volume's greater than this time yesterday, yeah. Jimmy buying back shares or something? I just saw your Reddit update. I'm not sure. Maybe 140,000 of them. That's the first time I've seen a change in the free float since the share offering on WeBull. What do you think the quarterly options GEX at the end of Feb will have more price improvement than the FTDs next week with us trading so low? I mean, it depends on how high the FTDs push us up, right? A user. I expect it to be somewhat similar to early November into the November OPEX run, where we got this ETF FTD bump. Is that working? Yeah. And then this was our OPEX run. Yeah, they slammed it after the ETF FTD bump, but then immediately had to begin hedging for the OPEX run. So it will depend. I think it'll depend on how high this takes us. Because last time the ETF FTDs, which were smaller, still set our floor about what $20 higher at the low, at the dip. Ooh, we're going real low. You mentioned the other day you felt some of the DD would be questionable, disproven if we made it past the OPEX date without price improvement. What is that date range? The OPEX window begins on Feb 18th and extends out through Feb 23rd. They may begin hedging it in advance again. I don't know. It's possible. We'll have to see how the ETF FTDs play out at the beginning of February. Could the change in float buyback have been the reason of the upwards movement yesterday? The volume doesn't line up. We ran yesterday on like 2 million volume up. And this is only a 140,000 share difference. They picked up their puts at 100. I don't know. They're shorting the shit out of it right now. So small gap close from yesterday's gap up. Yeah. I think there may even be another small one. No, it was just this one, right? Yeah. There's one to the upside at 103. Do you like spaghetti? It's not my favorite type of pasta. How long will this short attack last? No idea. What's that, bamboozler? Just saying things. Yeah, I don't know. It gives people hope, right? Um, draw a line and fix the stack. I already drew lines. I don't know how to do this. I'm very fearful that I'm going to lose my capital on these calls. Then why did you buy them? I'm going to reiterate this one more time for the people. If you don't know how to trade options, stay the fuck away from them. Trading options on GameStop, it's probably one of the hardest stocks to trade options on in terms of difficulty. It's heavily manipulated. It requires having enough capital to roll forward your position if predictions don't pan out the way you want them to. I mean, it's risky. We've talked about this a lot. Why did they liquidate long positions first? Credit debit, right? Liquidating long positions provides liquidity in order to buy back short positions. Now I'm telling you. You were the hot topic on Jamie's stream last night. Is that a good thing? So they might have covered what they need to cover, and now the only chance they have of slamming the price down before next week is borrow every share in sight. If they're hitting the lending pool, that's good news. At least you weren't at hot topic. Why is it good news if they're hitting the lending pool? It means they're not able to find synthetics to short the stock. We still want to see the borrow rate go up much higher than it currently is, but the fact that it's climbing is good. We keep streaming every day, even if it takes another year or two for MOASS to come. That's probably. I mean, not GameStop if I'm waiting that long. I'm just going to play the cycles and trade other stocks. Might want to put the current IBK or borrow rate so people stop pointing it out. We fell below the trend. Kirk, make them stop. I can't. Yeah, I'm not going to sell my GameStop. I'm not selling it anywhere near here. Bar rate is 1.403 now. All right, chill out. I don't know. It depends on how heavily they borrow, right? What are you going to do after you've got what you want from MOASS? I have no idea. It's, I don't know. I'll figure it out, I guess. Get an ISDA and trade volatility. I really do think that when people are like MOASS in 5 years, I think this is like FUD. They're not gonna hold an over short position for 5 fucking years. Um, Who's X State Street? They're the XRT issuer. Yeah, I know they are. I started selling Leap puts Gen 23 100 for $40 a share premium and buying long dated calls of premiums from the put sells. Worst case, I own a lot more GME. What do you think about this strategy? It is a strategy. Like it's fine. It's a little more complex. I don't really talk about, it requires margin, so I don't really talk about it on stream. But yeah, it's a perfectly acceptable strategy for acquiring more GameStop calls, especially if you have the capital to buy those puts if you get assigned. Mike buys leaps was wrong. SSR at 92. Well, where did we find support last time? 86.26. 86.29. I couldn't believe our fucking short volume was so high yesterday. I want to let you know that it was changed from an insignificantly low rate. It's actually more significant now, a user. Just because the rate is higher than the rebate, which makes it no longer free to borrow GameStop. This is the last ditch effort since last March. Do you believe the market is rigged against retail? Yes, but I think if you understand how, there's opportunities in that. What's the significance of reduced free float in your daily DD? 140,000 shares of GME you're missing? Ooh, there's a good question. Were they added to the shares outstanding? I didn't even look at that. Nope, they're missing from the shares outstanding as well. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. So 1 Jan 2024, 180 for 4,000 by 3 April 150. I'm out of capital. You could do that, but if we cross 180, like, uh, if you don't have the capital to buy it back, it's risky. Bull trap on the daily? No, that's not how bull traps work. Fee and rebate, IBKR shows the same figure for me. It's showing 1.4. So they're raising the rebate rate. It's kind of fucked up. Oh, what's the first one? 5-day trend. Put open interest. Call open interest. And it's still call favored, but put interest is picking up an awful lot. Right, turd? Jesus Christ. Jan 28 300s. Why? Are they just hedging volatility like in the short term? That's a fucking massive amount of volume. Do you expect an upward movement back to opening when they're done shorting borrowed stock today? We might rebound. They might just keep pushing into the end of the week. Today is the 27th. Oh, never mind. That was from yesterday. Have we seen the bottom yet? Maybe. We might see it again, though. This is some pretty heavy shorting. Sorry for you, but IBKR rebate. Fucking Christ. Unbelievable. Have you seen the $4 billion injection that Melvin apparently got? You mean the money that they like shifted to the Caymans? I don't know if my spy calls stopped out. They might have. I think it might have moved down too fast. Hold on. Yeah, they sold, but not much profit. 8%. I should have been paying attention to that. Turbo strategy use what's left of my Feb 300s to get a few near the money past 211. Maybe not. Maybe someone sold 140,000 real shares and they're used to close shorts to close some positions. No, that doesn't change the float. The only thing that can change the shares outstanding and the free float is a buyback. An insider buy would just decrease the free float and increase, and the shares outstanding would remain the same. Shares actually have to be removed from the float for both of those to shift down. Whale on SS yesterday, DRS 1.4 million shares. I don't believe it. I don't use Instacart for exactly that reason. Same with like Whole Foods delivery. I don't use either one because it's always the same bullshit. I'll order everything I want and then they'll deliver a quarter of the things I ordered and then just replace the other shit with crap I never asked for in the first place. Historically, before every squeeze, there was a massive dip. Yes, we've gone over the reasons behind that. Why ban me? Who got banned? Dollars, not shares. Oh, okay. I still think that like 90% of those posts are fake. Because I think anybody with $1.4 million would be stupid enough to post their position on the internet. Just a general FYI, but Billionaire streams 24, 26, 27, 28 appear to never have been released to the pores. I'll send you a DM with a reminder. Oh, cool. Thank you. I think those are the ones that didn't like automatically get put into the playlist after 7 days. When are you anticipating MOASS? I have no anticipation of MOASS right now. The next most likely window is probably Feb OPEX. You were probably a YouTube influencer. I don't think so. No one's even watching this shit. Okay, well, there's a few people watching it, but like it's not that many. DFV's is understandable because after a year of being berated by idiots, he wanted to rub it in their faces until he was advised legally not to do so. Or he got bored with it. You have no anticipation, but like what day and time is MOASS? I didn't realize it was so many people. Do you frequent R, DD, and GME at all? Your opinion on some of the content that comes out would be very useful to us noobs. Not frequent, no. Sometimes people will tag me over there and I'll respond if I see it. It's difficult with Reddit because it buries, first of all, Reddit's chat thing like buries people's messages to me. And then the notifications are just I get like 300 or 400 notifications a day. And if I don't check them for like 2 days, it's just too far gone for me to fucking bother with it. It is the quality. I don't care how many people are watching the stream. I just didn't realize it was that many people. We're always gonna get smashed before the anniversary. Worth rolling Feb 250s. I mean, I did. You'd be amazed at what other YouTubers are repeating that I hear first. I mean, I know. They say they don't read my DD, but I think they do. I don't care. I mean, if people want to say my DD is wrong, I don't really give a shit, but like I still nailed the only substantial price increase in GameStop within a 3-day window 4 fucking months ago. So they can kiss my ass. Read the Ko-Fi. So I'm stupid now. Okay, fake roaring kitty. I'm so tempted to liquidate and put 500K into GME Leaps. That's eating an awful lot of losses at such a low price in order to buy into depreciating assets. Some guy on Billionaire said you got your dates wrong. Did you look into it? No, but I will. I could look at it now, I guess. Price change 25. I said February 1st through 8th. I did not say an ETF FTD spike on September 21st led to action volume November 3rd. This is a case of 6 trading days plus. That's because the fails are reported after 3 days. I'm not sure he's actually correcting anything here. I said they were due Feb 3rd. I didn't say they were due Feb 7th or 8th. Feb 3rd's this line right here. Oh, you guys can't see that shit. That's Feb 3rd. The overlap in ETF FTDs begins on the 1st. The FTD spike is due Feb 3rd from the December 22nd FTD SEC FTD report. And then the 8th is the end of the FTD overlap. That's why I've been saying Feb 1st through 8th. So I hope that clears up any confusion. I did not miscount. I checked it multiple times. FUD. No, I'm sure it's difficult to count them. You also have to remember, like, the counting systems that they have in the chart software have a 0 date, and so you have to account for that, because 0 is in fact 1. Have you ever heard of Macro After Dark? I haven't. It's interesting. Maybe. I'll see if I get time to check them out. I just got a share order filled at 96.69. It's the strongest resistance we have, Daniel Taylor. The free float decreased, as did the shares outstanding. No one's dumping the fucking stock. Investors are cautious about buying in. Like, institutional investors are cautious about buying in just because of the risk factors, or they don't like the price. But no one's dumping it. This is just shorting. Thoughts on dropping a substantial amount of capital into Jan 2023 120C? What do I need to consider besides theta cost of this play? I feel like it's safe and would appreciate your thoughts. I think that's a very safe and long-term investment. I think after Feb, if there's no squeeze, I'm going to start buying leaps at 10 to 10% in the money, probably like a 20% range from in the money to out of the money, with maybe some IV leaps as well. And then, if it runs, I sell them, sell calls against them at the peak, and sell them off. Um, just maximize profit on the quarterly cycle if it continues. Everyone keeps telling me that I'm selling GME, but I don't think I am. Don't you understand, JFresh? Every quarter, retail sells all of its GameStop and then buys it back before earnings. Is Yeti being all negative and shit again and whining in the chat? Will you retire comfortably with the current rate of inflation? The market average is what, 13% over 25 years? That's barely 5% above current inflation. Save up enough money to buy onto Scion or something. I don't know if DN's 106. Ooh, Haley messaged me back. Sorry I forgot you last night. It's all good. DN and close collided yesterday at 103. Ooh. Looks like Jimmy traded sensitivity to gamma for sensitivity to vega after the squeeze. Wider version of the usual graph. Jimmy's floor is still around 60. Huh. I like it. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to go check on something. Do you ever think MOASS hasn't happened because you don't believe that Roaring Kitty is real? Maybe he's like Santa and you have to believe he's real before you get presents, or maybe you could ask him nicely to prove it. Maybe he will. I thought we did ask him nicely to prove it. He could be the real Roaring Kitty. I don't know. You'd think he'd become a pigeon whale and not a cornichon, but other data providers, yeah, I know. A few people were saying that, a user. No, my 440s stopped out. I probably should have held them longer. I might pick some more up. Mm, no, I'll wait for this to. I don't think this is gonna break out. It's gonna probably get rejected first before it breaks out. I'll try to pick up the bottom. If it doesn't, it's whatever. I only got 8% gains on the 440s. I think I set my stop too wide. He's synthetic DFE. Sigh. Just any inkling of proof, roaring kitty, so we know. That way, your cryptic shit gets people even more riled up. If someone would ask you why Gmail is dropping, you reply, "It's getting shorted, not sold." And the guy would ask, "How do you know?" What's your simple answer? Borrow rate's going up. Our borrow rate's been climbing all day. We opened at 1.25. We're at like 1.4 now. That implies that shares are being borrowed. That's really the only visibility we have into the lending pool is that borrow rate. I mean, we can see a few different brokerages shares available, like Fidelity, IBKR, I think Wealth Simple, but there's not many. And there's bigger lenders where we have no visibility, right? Like Vanguard or BlackRock. Does an increase in borrow rate also increase the borrow rate of shares lent out at a lower rate from an earlier date? No. It's from when the share borrow agreement is entered. No, you haven't. You all talk like you have, but you're all in for like 3 or 4 shares at most. I mean, enough people have shown me their positions via screenshots that I think most people have XX or triple X shares. For some people, that's a lot of their savings. You know, going all in on something means they're only able to get XX or like 3X shares. But if he's actually the real DFE, would that mean we have to ban Darth Dan immediately? Would it benefit shorts to cover in a week like next week with no real open interest in the options chain? No, because most of the open interest in the options chain is far dated, so that still has to be hedged. It doesn't go away. Part of the problem with a lot of the options data retail gets is it always focuses on the nearest expiration and ignores the rest of the chain. That's kind of one of the things that's most coolest about Yelya's data is that it actually looks at the entire options chain. And that's one of the reasons it takes her so long to put it together. Jimmy, $76 a share, then it's gonna drop to $22 a share and trade there for a while. Just like Pixie, y'all have been in the market for 1 to 2 years and you think you know it all. Fingers crossed. Pixie's just like some fucking garbage penny stock, right? Has it ever been worth money? What do they even do? They're an outsourcing provider? How many fucking share offerings did they do to get their price this low? Or who's their competition? The stock doesn't lose value like that for no fucking reason. So what's the bear case? You abandoned Darth Dan because DFE said so? Actually, yeah, that's fair. Is Yelia gonna keep sending you data? I know she's gone from Reddit, but that was a great resource lost. Yeah, she sent me updates now. I'll upload them to the daily in a minute. I don't know. I could ask. Can you tell us your Pickles picks for today? The only thing I really had going into today was the Spy 440s. My VIX stuff got sold off earlier. Is there anything else? That's about it. I bought into Cat yesterday at 220 for June. Bears are willing it down with the dagger eyes. I don't know. We're kind of turning around. This doesn't look terrible. I think we might have found a bottom, or at least the channel we're gonna trade in today. I think it's pretty significant that Jimmy's borrow rate is up to 1.4, AMC still at 0.7, showing separation again. I mean, also AMC just has massively more shares available to borrow, right? So I don't really know if that's a good comparison, Jeff. She deleted her Reddit account. Why don't you like MMAT? Because it's just been pump and dumped so many times by Wall Street bets. It's not that I don't think they have a future as a company. I just don't really have any interest in researching them. We're still at 1.403. I think so. If short volume is so high and the price is so low, doesn't it exponentially increase their margin as price increases? Wouldn't they be fucked at 150? I mean, the current short positions that they're building, yes. They probably got pretty close to being fucked yesterday. I know me saying Jimmy is gonna go down makes a shill or a hedge fund somehow, but you're just a bunch of novice traders crossing your fingers, hoping manipulated data will favor you one lucky day. Thanks, traveling day trader. I appreciate that. Blockbuster. I don't disagree about AMC not being the best comparison. They have 6.2 million available, but basically, as you said, AMC is dead. They can't. They can easily continue down. Jamie might be running out of ammo. They have how many? There's 6 million, and they have 6.2 million shares available to borrow that you can see. I'm sure they have a lot more available to borrow than that. Much like GameStop, like IBKR and Fidelity are basically tapped out today, but the borrow rate's continuing to go up, which means that they're borrowing elsewhere. What's an exit strategy? I know no cycle is exactly the same, but I had a call position in late October expecting a large move and cashed out 50% down. The timing wasn't perfect, was super sad on 11.3. Total roll. Yep. You can just buy more theta in order to capture movement. Again, most of the value lost in those farther dated contracts right now is just from Delta, from the price dropping. Their theta is still fine. They're still sensitive to fluctuations in IV. I like AMD too, and holding for almost 10 years. I hold because they help change the markets and stretch boundaries. Care to share what your reason is for being long on it? I think Lisa Su is a phenomenal CEO. I think year over year they have outperformed expectations, and I expect they'll continue to do so with her at the helm. And so I've been in AMD for a long time. I think quite a few people in here have been in AMD a long time, and a lot of those people dealt with a lot of similar shit that we're dealing with GameStop. They had all the media out for AMD for a long time too. What percent of apes are Zen? I don't know. I don't care. What are the odds that this would have already blown if we weren't advertising our moves, expectations here on the daily? I don't think that their strategies changed too much by what we talk about. When they short like they are right now, do they usually cover intraday? Usually, yeah. Usually the shares are returned within a few days or by the end of the day. That's another thing that the borrow rate increase implies is that they're not returning those shares at end of day, right? They're holding them. What's the potential that Marge has been lowered? Hard to keep the price down. So let's say a Marge call on 500 before, but it will now call on 200, 250. I don't think that's the case. I mean, they're down. A lot of the hedge funds we suspect being short on GameStop, their holdings are down, so that lowers their margin limit. But I think they can handle a lot more than a run to 500. It's just the question of if they can handle the FOMO that comes with that. Yeah, maybe 15 milli. That still puts it years out. What's the best sign for a breakout across a VWAP? We failed the near shoulder, so maybe if we bounce at 96 again, a double bottom. But yeah, we would want to probably cross back up above VWAP if we're going to have any kind of breakout today. Today doesn't look good for anything to happen. At least not right now. Volume's high, but it looks like they're just covering FTDs at a low price again. We got to, it was payday and my immediate 96.69 order filled. Today was a good day. Awesome, Fernium. Lower the exuberance line. That's where delta neutral is. That's not the exuberance line. So if we do run back up, that's the most significant point to cross. descending inverse head shoulders. I don't know. She has a model. She does it. I don't know what it is. It's been accurate so far. I'd imagine by calculating the current options data and finding out where delta neutral is. Would you roll your Jan 2023 950s for Feb Apex window or hold them for the theta? What do you mean roll Jan 2023s? Why would you roll those? They're a year out. I'd probably sell them in the Feb Apex window if the fucking IV spiked hard enough. What's with the shills in here today? I don't know. Just ignore them. People are pissy. She's good at maths. See, SoftBank steps down. Interesting. First one. What were their holdings? Does anybody know? Like just assets under management. '36th largest public company in the world. Second largest publicly traded in Japan after Toyota. Total assets 342 billion in 2019. Maybe. Do they have a GameStop position? That'd be interesting. I don't think it's going to be related, but people are pissy and chilly because they're taking too much risk, expecting too much, and not taking gains when they realize them. We know about the borrow rate. Yesterday I had some stop limits set on some options. They didn't fill on the way down. That happens. How far apart do you usually set your stop and the limit? Like at least 5%. Depends on how volatile the stock is. On more volatile stocks, you need a little bit more room, but between 2 and 5% for the stop and the limit below that, right? What do you make of the JPM position? Why would they enter then? Didn't they anticipate what's going to happen? Maybe they just bought more. We don't know. The fucking 13Fs don't come out for a while, right? I know we had some that just got reported. Was it yesterday? Discord went down yesterday afternoon. I'm aware. It was down for a while. Till after the stream. What kind of FTDs are we looking at for today, tomorrow? Pretty minimal till next week. I mean, Turd was saying, based on his ETF FTD flow, that we're gonna start to see an uptick in FTDs today. But more on the 31st and the 1st. Or at least XRT FTDs. We did see price improvement, Sir Dinkus. did did you miss that? Fucking idiot. Um, well, you know it's a trolley day. Sir Dinkus is back. Um, do you know the Discord went down yesterday? Yeah, I did. What are the Feb OPEX dates? The T+2 window from February 18th. How significant are the IWM FTDs, sir? I don't have them separated, but you could go look at their SEC report. Like just go to the SEC's website and look at it. I have them all compiled together on that graph. Probably pretty significant. The FTDs for that tend to be a lot. Just so you know, Discord is back up now. God damn it. I know the Discord's up. It was down yesterday. What if your FTD theory is wrong? Or what are the chances your FTD theory is wrong? I don't think it's wrong at all. I think we have so many. It's been proven over and over and over again so many fucking times, both with SEC data and price action, that it's not wrong. It's just a calendar of when FTDs are due. Is TA like math? A little bit. It's kind of a way of looking at visualizing complex data trends. Is it mathematically perfect? No. But that's why I don't really use it that much. I use it for certain things, but it's not like 100% of my investment strategy. What are the next big cover dates or next few months where you expect the stock to run? Feb 1st through 8th, and then after Feb 18th, so Feb, I think it's 21, 22, 23. Did you take profit on the last run up? I mean, I sold like the 105 weeklies I had, but it wasn't a lot. Mostly I just lost money rolling my contracts. Are you talking about November? I got fucking screwed over in November. I made like 1% gains. Because we were waiting on volume that never came. At least you had gains. I only had gains because I bought like at the money calls before the run up. I blame our current price action and your decision to wear a cookies hat. It could be that hat's fault. I don't know. I insulted view up. Is the max amount of GME shares created daily through ETF creation redemption is the number of GME shares contained in the ETF? Yes. Oh God. Fuck you, Fluffiosa. There's some gaps to the upside. Any chance this fill today? Maybe. We'll see. We know there's FTDs due today. Actually, there's a decent chunk of FTDs due today because I think today doubles up due to the holiday. So there's FTDs due from 2 days, and then ETF FTDs that are due today as well. I think they've just shorted it down to the standard price action we've been seeing over the last few weeks. They short it down, internalize orders, and cover their FTDs low, and then come back up. I've been doing the same thing for like 2 weeks now, for the most part, with the exception of yesterday. Oh, I didn't expect us to come back down on the same day, man. All the way up into the Fed meeting, we look like we're ready to break out of 120. It didn't happen. Are they making their position a lot worse? I mean, they're not improving it. They're increasing their risk. Thanks, titty titty bang bang. When do you think we'll see another 100% day again? I don't know. Our next date where we could see like significant price improvement, I think, is like Feb 3rd. Could there be a lull between 1 through 8 and OPEX where people could average down, March, buy back in? Thanks for showing up even morale is low and you constantly stomp out doubt, Riku. Um, there might be, but it would be short. If it follows a similar trend to the November ETF run up, then there's about 4 days of downward price action. Although volatility is going to be spiked here, so if you're looking to get into contracts, entering them like back here is better than entering them up here, right? Unless they're short term. What's the significance of the free float data? Sorry, I'm new. Shares are missing from GameStop's, not only the free float, but the shares outstanding. 140,000 shares of GameStop have disappeared on multiple platforms. Which to me could only mean a share buyback. Can you please explain why buying puts for the cycles can potentially hinder or stop MOASS? I mean, it helps them drive the price further down. I don't think it hinders MOASS, though. I don't think it hurts it. It just gives them the ability to push the floor lower. But as volatility picks up, they're going to gain that ability anyway. I just don't like doing it. I don't like helping them push the price down. If the price at 60, how many shares do you buy? So you have an order for 90 ready to go like 30 minutes ago. If it hits 60, I'm buying 1,000. I mean, I'll buy what I can in WeBull, which is about 90 shares, and then I'll buy I'll buy a lot more in my other accounts. I don't have a lot of funds in this one. Mostly I'd be buying options on a price drop that low. But I'd probably pick up a significant chunk. Will buying 140,000 shares make that significant of a difference in price? No, absolutely not. Our price action from yesterday was far in excess of 140,000 volume. Can you speak about DRS? I'm having difficulty if I should or shouldn't. It's up to you. If you want to pull your shares out of the DTCC, then CS is the way to do that. No, I don't think brokers are in danger of liquidation. I think if all the brokerages were to be liquidated, then you wouldn't be able to sell your shares out of CS either. They're not a brokerage. So without brokerages, they can't transact orders. Company buying back 1 million shares, believe it or not. Dip. 140,000, JFresh, not 1 million. Unless we continue to see it drop, and this is just the first part of the update. It's possible. What does a share buyback mean for us? Would they not have to let everyone know they were doing a buyback? No, they already have a buyback agreement in place and $100 million with which to buy shares back. And then also, they don't have to say shit until the 10Q, which is probably going to be at earnings, which I expect somewhere around March, before March 10th. You see the buying pressure from the buyback push the price down. Even without a share buyback agreement in place, safe harbor laws grant them the ability to buy back shares as long as they announce it in the future. Buybacks post Jimmy posed an idiosyncratic negative price action on the stack. I think they are going to leave Melvin holding the bag. Everyone closes their positions, and Melvin continues shorting the whole time every time they cover. Interesting. Does the number of shares missing line up the Jan 6th run up? It doesn't. That was 890,000 shares, which more closely matches the amount of capital that GameStop had to buy shares back. It's the totals aren't the same, right? GameStop has $100 million to buy back shares. That night we had 890,000 volume, and there are 140,000 shares missing. Like these don't this lines up, but this doesn't. I think my brokerage is still lending out my shares, even though they claim not to. Transfer. That's a share recall. Simplest explanation: buying back shares for C-suite compensation, not a big share buyback. But that shouldn't change the shares outstanding, right? If it was just for employee compensation, it wouldn't change the shares outstanding. It would just change the free float. If Melvin is still short GME, wouldn't they be doing great recently? No, because most of their short positions down at like $5. So they would still be significantly underwater, right? 130,000 shares returned to iBorrow. Thanks, JFresh. No, DRS doesn't remove shares from the shares outstanding either. Does the amount of shares missing account for yesterday's run up? No. I'm a little confused about how internalization works. Is that volume just gone forever? Does it have to print to the market eventually? And if it does, would it all print at once? It depends on how they release it. If they release the volume all at once, then yeah, it would print all at once. They internalize the order flow and satisfy it outside of the lit exchange. As a liquidity provider, they can do that vis-a-vis bona fide market making, add a debit to their margin. Farming Hobo, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. Appreciate it. Nope. What happened?
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Sorry, Greg, if this is redundant, but has anything happened to noticeably reduce your MOASS sentiment in the past month? Yeah, we dropped $150 like a fucking rock. So we have a lot more ground to cover to the upside than we did previously. You have to remember we were leaving the November run at, 250 with an expectation of falling to, a new after this price run up, we were expecting our low to be around 180, 200 as we moved into the rest of this cycle, and we're trading at 100. This a level of shorting without, a share offering or something just doesn't make sense. Like this has never happened all year, right? And so it's been figuring out what this means and what our potential is moving forward since then, right? We know that they've used synthetic shorting, they've used puts, and they have used ETF creation to drive the price down, as this is the first time we're actually seeing them tap into the lending pool in any significant numbers, and our bar rate's just now starting to go up. But we do know that the methodology or the strategy that they used to drop the price from 250 to where we're trading at now is synthetic. We know that fails, so we know that there is an inverse action to the shorting that they've done. The problem is that inverse action is playing out already, and they're internalizing most of the volume. Visa View up. Thank you so much. I'm new to options. Could somebody explain? I know it's all variable, but if I were to buy a GME 120C for June at $10 and it were to go to 120 before then, what would my profits be approximately? You could just use an options calculator to figure that out, like optionstrat.com. But I'll show you because it's always good for more people to learn how to do this. So you're buying a June 120. Without any real change in the volatility, just say a slow climb. Your current cost for that contract is $2,100. Um, that contract could be worth, let's see, on a test of 120, you said? Hold on, I gotta move this around so I can find. So it would be worth like $3,400 on a test of 120. As long as that test occurred. Yeah, you would see profit on a test of 120 as long as that test occurred before May 4th. WeBull lending out their shares to short. Proof. Is it possible they used what they needed to for employee compensation, then pulled the rest off of the market? I guess. We won't know. We won't know until the 10Q. So we can speculate all day on what caused that aftermarket volume, why the float is reduced, but until the 10Q comes out, we'll have no idea. I remember holding through a drop from 348 to 172. I remember holding through a drop of from 350 to fucking 116. And a drop from, 350 to fucking 140. I'm unfazed. I have no intention of selling my shares. Definitely not at this price and definitely not at 350. And so until something higher is realized, there's no consideration. Okay, it seems we should not be expecting a squeeze anymore, right? No, I didn't say that. It's when you say shit like that, it's very like 100 or 0. And that's not how a squeeze works, right? It's not like we're 100% guaranteed to see a squeeze, and it's not like our chances of seeing a squeeze are 0%. It fluctuates somewhere in between here based on things like liquidity and price action. There are moments when a squeeze is more likely and moments when it is less. I think the longer the time frame goes, the longer this drags out, the less likely a squeeze becomes over time. So they short ETFs to avoid SSR and GME, which causes FTDs, which they can then internalize to limit price improvement. And you're saying that eventually this improvement would happen gradually. It's not just gradually. When they internalize that many FTDs, they spill out. It's more volume than CNS can handle, and that creates buy pressure. Just a fundamental long-term price above 350. I mean, I think with e-commerce and the NFT marketplace fully realized in like 3 to 5 years, GameStop could easily be worth, and no change in the float, GameStop could easily be worth like 300 to 500 a share. Why is it less likely over time? Because they fucking close their short positions, they average them down, and they move out of them. It's not a quick process, but it's a process. The question is can we apply the pressure necessary to force a squeeze, before they're able to extricate themselves from that position. Can you explain how borrowing shares works? How do they borrow, return them, and price doesn't go up? So say you borrow 50,000 shares this morning. You then sell those shares into the open market, driving the price down. Since there's no upward price action, you can just cover those shares throughout the day slowly, right? So you short all at once, which drives the price down hard, and then you cover very slowly at the bottom, and then you return them. And that's how they do it. It's Feb 3rd to T plus 9 plus 35 C date. Yeah. So the share offering a buyback, they would essentially be shorting the stock, huh? Thus confirming your theory of trying to stay in the Russell 2000. How would they be shorting the stock with a share offering and a buyback? I mean, it's not really shorting it. It's kind of trading on it. They had to drum up capital, right? I don't know. I don't know if GameStop would it be more desirable for them to be back in the Russell 2000? I really don't know how that affects the obligations warehouse. If there is debt due to GameStop from that index, but at our current trading price, it's very likely we'll get downgraded, and we would find out. Regarding CNS, does internalization allow them to net settle FTDs? Sort of. So they put the FTDs through CNS. And then whatever CNS can't clear, they internalize. And then resubmit to CNS. The problem is this they need volume, they need buy volume in order to facilitate this process for short FTDs. So if there's no buy volume, they still have to buy in order to net off the FTDs. This is kind of what JFresh was talking about with T plus 69. If they don't have the volume, they can't net off those FTDs, and so then they have to buy on the lit exchange. What do you think of GMEDD? I don't know. I haven't really looked into it a lot. I've read some of their stuff. So they're not really trying to make money. They just need to show whoever that they bought 50,000 shares for CNS to clear FTDs, right? Yeah. Is there a single piece of digestible DD you would recommend to someone who knows nothing about GME other than what happened last year this same week? The first Book of MOASS. I think it explains pretty well the situation that we're currently in. I'm confused. If retail isn't selling, how can they be working their way out of their position? Do you see volume traded? Do you think share lenders are checking if the share they're receiving back is synthetic or not? They don't give a shit. They just get X number of shares in an account and return them to the share lender. I don't know. We ran yesterday in line with the theory. My confidence remains unshaken so far. I see upside potential still from a much lower floor, but upside potential nonetheless. Shares for XCOP are considered restricted. Restricted shares are not counted in shares outstanding. Interesting, but why not buy back the whole lot then? Hmm. So you're saying if we stop buying shares on FTD dates, then we go up? I mean, I don't think we buy enough shares for them to clear their FTDs. Not by a long shot. So I don't. I think it's irrelevant what retail does basically. Outside of leverage positions, retail doesn't really have any effect on the price of the stock. Leverage positions and not selling. Do you think someone should switch from shares to options because these cycles only profit traders and options? No, because if you switch, if people sell the shares, then there's nothing holding the floor, which means the cycles stop. Pushing it low enough before the 7th when they have to redo their swaps? Probably. Did you see the entropy updates, Turd? I mean, they were like bottomed out. Would you say the RC buy-in last year, retail FOMO, had more of an impact on getting the price to start rising steadily? We don't seem to have either this year, so we're wondering if that matters. Well, similar to like the things that happened yesterday, KF Tunes, Their covering started to drive the price up into delta exposure, where we started to see hedging, which further drove the price up. And then we saw, FOMO and the illiquidity prompted by Ryan Cohen's buy-in. I mean, imagine how many times the float was owned in the options chain during that run up. It wasn't one or two or three times the float, right? The options volume was off the charts. It could mean that they won't have enough liquidity, or we'll see a massive spike in the borrow rate. How can there ever be true price discovery as long as FTDs exist? Because long institutions buy in and raise the price of the stock. We just don't have anybody pushing back, right? Like there's no pushback. If longs are getting in right now, they're just loading up. They have no interest in driving the price up currently. They just want to buy shares, right? And they want to try to do that without affecting a change in the price. Then once they have positions, then they have an interest in pushing the price up. I mean, but DFVD's video is before stop tracking, before January. He asked for after January, like what has happened since. You YouTuber AMC Zealot 420. I don't give a shit. Tell him to go fuck himself. So CNS retail buying more actually be worse for price movement, as that would allow them to match the buy to FTD rather than them buying on the lit. I mean, sure, but how much are you presuming retail buys in a given week or month? Why are buy sell orders sometimes highlighted, sometimes not? Those are limit up, limit downs. Jimmy could take time, but maybe not. Who knows? Either way, they got to deal with increasingly skilled retail traders. That's a loss they can't quantify. Right? Buying more better contracts is great focus for us. Yeah, I agree. I agree. They can't withstand leveraged pressure from more experienced traders over a long period of time. It fucks up everything they're trying to do. Negative beta is a lie. Do you have a theory on how the market would need to reposition itself to save itself from collapse if they pay us? What? It's just money moving from one hand to another. Do we need the same options buying as we did last year, even though we were trading slightly higher and the stock is vastly more liquid? No, I don't think so. I mean, if you guys, I don't know if you guys saw my like daily DD from like 2 days ago, but I'll try to explain it. This is currently what like a lot of what's going on is retail's continuing to hold far dated contracts, right? Um, And so they keep attempting to short below these delta sensitivity spikes, one of which we ran up into yesterday. They can only sustain this shorting for so long, right? And as long as our options are further out than they can continue shorting, they will have to drive the price up into them, which then, creates more retail capital, which increases retail ownership and increases retail leverage. They do that enough times and they're pretty fucked. But you have to be patient. How long did DFV hold this fucking stock for before it did anything? 2 years? Did someone just pay you to advertise their stream on your stream? You've really just made it as an influencer. Yeah. Thoughts on Tesla calls, puts, or shares. I don't know what's going on with it post earnings. Fell off pretty hard. It might bounce here again on its like EMA 200. So there could be a return to this upper resistance. I need to redo my TA on this as it fell through its like long-term trend. It can continue to go down, I guess, but it looks like it's bouncing. Did it bounce a little bit already? Yeah. Stabilizing. Trends shifting. I mean, short-term calls may not be terrible. Hard to say though. I don't think earnings was very positive. Yeah, XRT's still on reg show. Is there anyone here that believes that the government isn't secretly controlling the price on this? Probably everyone. I don't think the government gives a fuck. I think they have bigger problems. Um, yeah, the transformation is the true timeline that the short hedge funds are up against. Is that delta sensitivity realized on their margin? I mean, if they run the stock into the delta sensitivity, it acts as an accelerator because there's more hedging to the upside that occurs, which further drives the price. What made you call the run yesterday? If FTDs were piling up, why wouldn't GME run the following days as well? Yesterday was the final day for the futures FTDs to be cleared on the MM side, not if they were satisfied through ETFs. So I expected a larger dump of FTDs than the system could handle, which generally means a large increase in price. We expected it within the T+2 window. So we actually expected it from the 24th through the 26th. We also had gamma exposure from the previous week, especially due to them exercising in the money puts. And we saw that play out, even though a massive chunk of our volume was internalized yesterday, about half. We still saw significant price improvement through the midday. When the market, I mean, obviously they took advantage of the downturn in the market and brought us down as hard as they could, and they've continued to do so today. Volume hitting almost 2 million. And the borrow rate going up in turn, implying that they are shorting today. I know that out of the money puts it expired on Jan 21 or nothing burger, Ray the price, but those were used to hide the short interest rate. What is the timeline that one would expect to see that SI pop up, assuming that short hedge funds didn't find some other sneaky place to hide it? Those weren't used to hide short interest. Actually, I can. Those were just used as a hedge for their variance swaps. That's it. We've already started to see them begin hedging variance swaps out in Jan 2023. As we see the OI start to pick up on these. This is how they hedge their replicating baskets for their volatility swaps. It means nothing. How long do you think it would take for them to weasel out of their position enough to take the possibility of the squeeze off the table? We don't know because we don't know how big their short position is. I would imagine it's not a super effective way of getting out. It's just a way of getting out. I don't think it's wildly efficient, especially with the low volume we've traded over the last several months. What's the lowest price you see us hitting before the next cycle, if there even is one? We have support. We have some support at around 86 where we bounced from the other day. There's support down at 46. We've found some pretty frequent support in the 90s. Double digit prices on GameStop seem to be a place where buy pressure is a little higher. I think they'd have to do some work to get it much lower than this. And I think they're getting tapped out. I think we're seeing the decrease in short pressure, right? Kind of beginning on the 24th. That was our low, and they haven't been able to bring us lower than that since. And this implies that the buy pressure below this point is higher, and that's why we're stabilizing over the last 4 days. Like, we're not continuing down. We're staying mostly within this range. Yesterday we broke out to the upside due to the pressure being applied, but we were unable to sustain that price increase. And for a lot of the reasons we are unable to sustain most price increases, right? Like, everyone sold weeklies out at the top, like took profits, the hedge dropped, and they can bring the stock price back down. That's the point of running it a lot of the times, is to get people to dump their options. Did you see my Discord DM about variance swaps? Market makers only care about delta neutral pricing at market close. Yeah, I know. That's because they hedge in after hours. What X amount of money is more profitable to buy? One contract at the money or more contracts but out of the money? I.e. 30 days out. Can you share some knowledge? 10x. It's more profitable. I mean, if the price runs, it's more profitable to have more leverage, right? But if it doesn't, then that's the risk you take, is that you could lose all the capital that you put into those out of the money calls. They decay faster because they're out of the money. And the longer you hold them, the less likely they are to see a price increase that will put them in the money. Or at the money contracts, have a very good chance of going in the money. In the money contracts do not decay at the same rate. But that's like a risk assessment you have to make. Like, yes, you can capture a ton of profits by having out of the money calls, but they tend to be better to carry for shorter periods of time. Like if you're talking super far out of the money, like say you were to buy 300s, it's really not great to buy like a 300 today, right? It's better to buy a 300 further out. If we were trading at like 200, then it's not so bad, but at 100, like a 300 is not likely to see uh, any price improvement on the premium of the contract at our current price, right? And holding this for a long time means it's going to lose value very quickly. So it's almost better to buy these kind of contracts, like very far out of the money, when the price starts moving. Like if you've confirmed that the price is breaking out, then those are a better buy. How is that fair and square? It's not. It's a capital market. Of course, it offers advantages to those with large amounts of capital. You're not gonna, you're not gonna be able to participate in the market and trade equally with like a $500 billion hedge fund. What are some of the signs we've been looking to see? A completion of a turnaround by GameStop, positive earnings, of course, but anything else? We need announcements. We need forward-looking statements. We need e-commerce earnings up. Cash flows remained positive, which is good. Didn't I say they would do that? They would just like take their money and move it offshore and be like, ah, we're broke. Margin call us. You can calculate the short volume on a daily basis and pair it with total volume to calculate the maximum amount of covering that could have taken place day by day. They haven't covered. I know, but they've covered some. They haven't covered all. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be here. I don't think even close. If the failed margin call theory is true, when will CME settle the obligation? Immediately. They don't tend to fuck around. They don't have nearly the they don't give nearly the leeway that like the NSCC does. Are you worried we'll not go up into the 200s again? No. I think a chunk I suspect that a chunk of their futures obligations are covered through ETFs. So they have an obligation to deliver shares through the futures contract. They use ETF creation to create their shares and then deliver them. And then they're in debt to the ETF for those shares. But covering and closing are drastically different. Yes. They're not drastically different. They're just two steps of the same process, but they are different. The goal is to get you so frustrated with the stock, the first chance you get to break even, you take it and run for the hills. The goal is to unlock liquidity however they can, up or down. If they slam the price down, they unlock liquidity. If they drive the price up after it's been down, they unlock liquidity. That's the point. It's to use people's psychology against them to get them to sell. Whether that be options or shares, doesn't matter. And it is effective in a way, but not as effective as they'd like it to be. Otherwise, it would have stopped already and they'd be done. I think GameStop's value is in e-commerce, not NFTs. I know everyone's super bullish on NFTs, but e-commerce is far more valuable currently. Yeah, so you could be margin called by one and not the other. I don't think the SEC gives a shit. Mostly the SEC just hands out fines and tries to set precedents in court. Does DRS help reduce liquidity? In essence, it reduces liquidity when they need it. DRS at 100% would reduce liquidity. Thanks for being with us through the good days and the bad days. Today just feels deflating. I feel it, but I know you feel it too. But I'm still bullish as ever. We're going up. Yeah, I'm still equally bullish on the stock. Nothing's changed in that regard. The longer they do this, the more violent the upside potential is. The more asymmetric risk they create in order to try to dodge this exposure, the more we can go up. It's not like our bid ask spread is narrowing or the stock is becoming more illiquid or people are selling in mass. I don't know what the fuck everyone's so worried about besides they're driving the price down, but the price is fake, right? No one should give a shit. We've been through this 5 or 6 fucking times now. Just go with it. Be ecstatic when it goes back up and then hope it doesn't come back down. Say asymmetric risk. The stock likes it. I think this is the first time you talked about them avoiding the squeeze. That's what feels different to me. I've talked about it so fucking much. I'm not worried. I bought far dated calls, and all I have to do with my shares is hold. There you go. When's school? When are you leaving us? I have orientation tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow. The classes start Monday. I'm not leaving. I think it's only going to take me like 2 hours a day. And I don't have any attendance requirements for the lectures, so. How's Melvin still in business? Haven't they reported negative earnings for multiple quarters in a row? Aren't their investors worried? Oh, they are. They're probably locked in. I'm sure as soon as they can pull their money out, they'll pull out what's remaining. Just looking at the 1 day chart, before everyone, we have a preemptive fake MACD signal about a month and a half before. Last was late December. Ready for a breakout still. Let's fucking go. Yeah, we get like a MACD. It's referred to as a twist. If you look at the MACD on the daily, I've discussed this in a bunch of my like DD. But yeah, we get this like fake out breakout before we get our true crossover. We have it here. We had it back here. It's about the only thing the MACD is good for on this stock. But we're approaching another breakout potentially. I wouldn't be dumping shitloads of money into March calls if I thought the price of the fucking stock wasn't going up. Um, Thoughts on the Pi-Fi corrections part two? Well, the first one was wrong. Or just a misunderstanding of the data I presented. I'm not sure, but his statement was incorrect. Um, 221, 1221. I believe that FTDs from IWM still have an effect on Jamie's price because of how ETFs hedge their NAV with futures contracts, which I covered in my big DD. So part two, no, I'm aware of where the largest chunk of FTDs do are. It's like you said yesterday, when the price goes up, people are happy. Whenever it drops, they get salty and pissy. Well, it's raining pretzels right now. Besides Jimmy, what's your top 3 to 5 long stocks now? Nice try, Hacksaw. I mean, you know about AMD, and I'm still long Cat and Palantir. So, unfortunately, I really wish I wasn't long Palantir. But hey, maybe a war will start. March 150 is too optimistic. I kind of see that as like the next break point. So, no, but near the top of a potential move. It'll depend on what we see in the next week or so, Barto. I think futures FTDs will be covered in the ETF FTD date more than they were yesterday. Can you add Yelia's stuff to the daily? I will at the end of the day. It's like a lot to to do while I'm on the stream. I updated the DN. That's really all that matters currently. Do you see any viable alternatives to our supersonic if some fuckery comes up on Reddit? Um, what fuckery? Are you talking about like the Reddit IPO? I don't think fucking Reddit gives a shit about Supersonic's existence. There's more of that. God, there's so much of that. Get that out of your system. You're not the center of the fucking universe. Um, what about Palantir? That's what I was wondering about. It's just like I don't know. Palantir's never made any money. I don't know why I expected them to start making money now. I just need them to make enough money that my leaps print, and then I can get the fuck out of that shitty stock. Hey, soon my UWMC will pay for itself. So, Dr. Shids and Fards, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like they're getting out right now, right? They're just covering FTDs and they've just dropped the price. They've dropped the price so they can cover FTDs at a lower price point. Like this isn't them like getting out of their fucking short positions. Vic's making some moves. What's the SPY doing? Going back down. Ooh, gross. SPY low 426. Ooh. Puts. Interesting. What's DDS doing today? Just holding up there. Doing its thing. Fuck off, MACD. Please give us all your trading screeners, formula, strategies, date of birth, mother's maiden name, and social security number. Glad I'm not the only daft Palantir holder here tying up capital. Yeah, you're not alone. I I have a cheap cost basis. It's just that the stock isn't really exceeding that. Canuck 19. Oh, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. I appreciate it, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Pigeon Whale Country Club or the Pigeon Whale Royal Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate it, man.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult. Not a cult.
Thoughts on Navi with the student loan potential forgiveness? Do you think the biggest student loan provider will see its price increase or decrease in that occurrence? decrease. They're a lender, right? They don't want their fucking money returned to them. They want their interest. That's super shitty for them. Yeah, I would definitely expect I would expect it to not do well. Um, they'll have to find all new people to loan money to. Let's no. They don't a lender doesn't want you to pay the money back. They want you to pay interest forever. Your debt is their asset. Um, have you paid too close attention to Yulia's charts? Has there been any noted correlation of DN versus price as they keep price within percent of current DN for the day? Possible predictor of price? They DN acts as a ceiling because they don't want to hedge. This will be worse for Citadel the longer it gets. You and others understand better GME cycles and can hurt them with options. Plus, apes continue to DRS. I think hedge funds are trapped in this game. They're trapped to an extent. I mean, they're gonna try to like get themselves out. I think anything that prompts us ignoring them getting out is bullshit. Because they're not gonna carry this massive fucking bag around with them for years, right? They're gonna try to get out as quickly as they can. And even if that's slow, they'll still do it in the most efficient way possible. If it was a buyback, in what way can that affect the squeeze? Lowers liquidity. It's a more liquid, more illiquid by that number of shares. Let BlackRock have some of the OG spores to inoculate. My milkshake brings all the investors to the market. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi. Not trying to be a FUD spreader, but it looks like they're shooting to drop it to 50. So that was part of Yelia's update. Our Vega neutral remains the same at $60. Go over this on stream. What is it, turd? Like the whole thing? This is like 30 fucking pages. Options or contract. Monthly listed ADV, millions per contract. Jan 21, 44, November 21, 45. It's just all charts. Why am I going to go over this? Oh. Like I'm gonna read this, but I'm not gonna subject other people to that. That's terrible. Dave Watt. I've asked this question before and I can't see anything on the Discord. It will not let me accept the invite. Someone looked and said I've been blocked. How do I fix this problem? I'm not sure why you were blocked, Dave. if you if you find a way to reach out to me and give me your Discord thing, and I'll see if we have like if I can figure out why you're blocked. There's no NFT dividend. How could they get out if retail doesn't sell in mass? They continue to short generate GME ETF FTDs. Just curious. I mean, they continue to pack their short position into derivatives and launder their shorts through ETFs, um, while simultaneously averaging down their short position at the peaks. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Your ownership of the stock, whether it's registered in street name at your broker or at DRS, does not prevent them from getting out of short positions. Only if there's pressure applied and their short positions are drastically underwater. Their short positions are drastically underwater, but pressure is not currently being applied in any significant way. It's the neutral strike for Vega. Is it dumb to be excited about how much more risk this being shorted effort is requiring them to take on? No. That's what I'm excited about. Good luck on your first day of school tomorrow. Here's some cash for lunch. Maybe bring a peanut butter caviar sandwich or a quail egg omurice. Thank you so much, Chakisaki. Would it be worth it for Jimmy to buy back their own stock at 50 since they sold it at a higher price? I mean, yeah, but the question is, would they? Like that, there'd be a lot of negative publicity surrounding that. Could be damaging. Is this the most shills and fun we've seen on this channel so far? Yeah, probably. A friend of mine mentioned uranium last year, and I think you've mentioned uranium a few times in passing already. Can you please talk a little bit about it or why, if uranium is still a good play? It has to do with the mining of it. The mining of uranium is drying up at a rate faster than new mines can be opened. And so it's expected in like 3 to 5 years that there'll be a squeeze on it as demand for it is only going up. So you expect no price action now until next Tuesday, Feb 1st? Yeah, I don't really expect much. We may see some, but I mean, we have FTDs coming in every day, but I don't think we're going to see any significant price action until next week. Which is kind of what I said on Monday when people were asking, is that I kind of expected us to go up into the T+2 window and then come back down into the end of the week before moving up again next week. Is it still a gamma ramp for the beginning of Feb, or is it moved out with all the rolled calls? No, the gamma ramp stays in place when the calls are rolled, and I think many calls were rolled down from higher strikes to lower ones, which means that there's even more of a ramp at lower prices than there was before. Also, when calls are ruled out, their delta increases further dated calls have more delta. Where does pressure come from? Ironically, also from them. Because in the attempt to extract themselves from their short positions, they need to drive the price down and up. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is since last February, the only reason the stock has gone down or up has been because of short hedge funds. Like, or volatility swaps, which are probably owned by those same entities. So the short hedge fund circle jerk was not a joke. I don't know, and I doubt she would. Most people realize the value and the things they make for the financial market and don't readily share them. Let's purchase everything on your back to school list: pens, pencils, erasers, juice boxes, etc. Carl's picking you up after the stream for clothes shopping. I'm bringing you for a haircut this weekend because school pictures are on Monday. Thank you so much, A-User. I appreciate it. Great call on the action this week. You should really think about doing the stock stuff more instead of going to school. Why not both? If I can do both, I'll do both. Fuck it. This ramp really starts breaking out exponentially starting at 150. Yes. Yeah, crossing 150 is very important. Andy Rubin, how do we win? By efficiently trading the cycles on GameStop in a way that increases our shareholding and our capital. I have given literally all of the public a fucking money printer. Make use of it. Because as long as they're short the stock, these cycles will continue. Whether the future obligations are realized during this period or not, it still leaves the quarterly OPEX cycles, which seem to be unavoidable for them. If retail 10x'd its money on two of those, yeah, we could buy a company far bigger than GameStop. Probably exercised, cash settled. What am I clipping? This cycle is the cycle that we're looking at in this window is an effect of them failing to roll forward their futures contracts. So these FTDs that are created that we see spiking are not part of the standard cycle. We've had it happen twice now. We had it happen in August, where we saw these FTDs realized, and we're having it happen again now, where an anomaly occurs because of a failure to roll forward futures. So this causes an increase in FTDs. This is not the standard cycle of quarterly run-ups. Although the quarterly run-up begins each of these cycles, this period, normally straight down, like in June, creates FTDs when the futures contracts are failed to roll forward. They create FTDs now more in ETFs than they do on GME, like they did in the past. But they're still there and have the potential to be realized. Last year, they were realized in a very significant way. This year, obviously not so much. Retail buying was restricted, but their options that they'd already purchased had to be hedged, J. Gills. So even if the buying's cut off, the FOMO, into the stock itself, the options market continues to churn. I normally buy and sell my options with limits. It's only a matter of time. Thanks for doing this, man. Another one for the bucket. Remember what I said before. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate it, man. I'll pick it up. Do I need to throw some money in here? I have fun settling. Maybe I'll throw some more in. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, man. HG, since the 1 year is tomorrow, thank you for everything you do, Gerg. Please consider a State of the Union for Apes video or SS post. A lot of us are still thinking of the landscape as the same as 1 year ago when DD started to pour in. I know. There's a lot of misconceptions that are still carried. There was a lot of misinformation from back then that people still believe. They think that all the best DD came out in the beginning, and obviously that's not how any research works. There's still aspects of the futures contracts that we don't understand because there's no CFTC reporting. These can be annual, and they may have been created in March and June. They can be semi-annual. There's other factors that are still not understood because we just don't have the data. We probably never will. I did see your super set. Sorry it took me so long to get to it, man. How many ETFs containing GME have been reg showed? 4, I believe. One got pulled off though, so there's 3 on currently. Is that why they had to push so hard to the 30s initially? What's possible? That might be why they're pushing so hard now, right? They want the price as low as possible so they can load up their swaps. That makes sense. But add a bit. Oh god. Um I've heard you say there will be no NFT dividend. Can you elaborate on why or why not? I truly understand my own ignorance, but to me it seems like a no-brainer. It does, right? They release it, and the stock runs wild, and everyone's dreams come true, because the short hedge funds can't obtain it, and it fucks them right in the exact place we want them to be fucked. But the real problem is the legal hurdles that GameStop would face as a corporation moving forward after releasing an NFT dividend. um, Regardless of Overstock's recent success with some of their court cases, they still have many, many more. The cost of that litigation is astronomical, as is the bad press that comes along with it. Many people would not receive an NFT dividend, right? Because many people are not registered. If retail owns the float, then only about 8% of retail would receive the NFT dividend, and the rest of retail would likely, in some quantity, sue GameStop for releasing a not same as cash equivalent. Brokers that are short and hedge funds that are short would sue GameStop. They would sue them regardless of the outstanding precedent set. And it's the legal battle and the struggle to get through all of that bullshit that GameStop would not want to face, as Overstock has for the last several years. So it's a bad business decision. Also, and I'll reiterate this part too, GameStop doesn't give a fuck if the stock squeezes. It's not good for them in any way. They can't sell, they're insiders. If everything in the market is based on incentive, there is no incentive for them to have the stock squeeze except to get shorts off, and they're already doing the thing that does that, which is to build up the company and turn it around brick by brick. So this is considering unavoidable cycles. Could this be a case of the short hedge fund competitors essentially shearing the sheep each time, grabbing some cash each cycle, but keeping them alive for the next? Yes. Hi, it's me, Pixelgon. I'd like to tell you about the real end game. Fuck off, turd. It's one indicator for all the lines. You can edit the EMA indicator. I think it allows you to build a ribbon of up to 5. Uh, TradingView has one, I think, that lets you do 8 EMAs. These EMAs are set very slow. They're more accurate on long-term timescales. I use them slowly. I use slow EMAs on the intraday because GameStop doesn't trade a lot of fucking volume. Um, if they want to keep the price down before they finish their swap thing, no run in Feb 3rd, or maybe an even more violent one. She said our Vega neutral is at $60. It doesn't mean we'll necessarily go there, but if we do, it can act as a floor. Update Reddit. Oh. Hey Girk, this is my second month of dealing our SaaS. It feels great to be above the pores. I like that I'm exempted from a 30-second delay. Also, are you still in No Nut till MOASS? 2. Number opinion on Mark Douglas trading psychology books. Pretty good. Good to read. Gives you a better understanding of market psychology. Number 1, undeclared. It's none of your business. No Nut MOASS is my business and no one else's. Thank you so much for explaining that, NFT. Much appreciated. Perfect example of why I'm here. Thanks, Andy. Jim Barino, what's to stop them from driving the price down to cover their FTDs every cycle? And each time the options chain is stacked, drive the price down to push the chain out of the money. I mean, you can only drive the price down so much. The synthetic, their ability to consistently create synthetic shorts is limited. Each time they create one, it's then carried on their margin until it's covered or it fails. The more they create, the higher the rate of failure. There is an inverse action to every synthetic share created in order to clear that synthetic. Thanks, Glider. I appreciate that. And we have no idea of the internal issues that they have had to deal with at GameStop since taking over. And how much, like, everyone just thinks about this from a stock market perspective, but they don't think about it from like Cohen's perspective, or the rest of the C-suite. Like they're on the ground dealing with probably decades of fucking issues internally at GameStop that they need to rectify before they can move forward with a plan to advance the company. A takeover like this is a long process. You have to get the old people out. That takes effort. You have to set up new systems. You have to retrain people. You need to fire a lot of people because they can't be retrained and hire new ones that are gonna do what you want because they want to do it the old way. There's a lot of shit that goes on there. It's not so simple as, oh, I bought the company, I'm going to turn it around in 3 months. I'm with what you're saying, but how is GME ever? It's not. It's not going to trade at a fair value while it's in this situation. But that's good, right? As speculators in the stock market, that gives asymmetric upside or downside to any price movement in GameStop. It means that if GameStop will act at it will constantly overcorrect its equilibrium, right? So if our VWAP is here, because of the situation GameStop is in, it will constantly correct to one side or the other of that equilibrium. And with this equilibrium acting as a rubber band, sort of being drawn up and down and snapping back in the other direction. and this, much like Caterpillar, for those of you guys that traded it over the last couple of months, except on a much bigger scale, is highly profitable. So, if retail were to start with $1,000 here over 4 quarters, if they 10x'd the top and bottom of each of these runs, right? Say March, July, or June, and November. Let's do the actual OPEX windows. Right? If you 10x your money here, and then 10x it here, and then 10 exit here, 10 exit here, over and over and over again. It's literally infinite money. Many of you this last year have captured one of those to some degree. Jimmy Bank shares, oh, while they are low, means they can sell them again where it's high, netting them more cash to build the business. No, trading their stock against their investors is not going to be spun positively by the press, nor would it be taken positively by investors. Regarding the NFT, my understanding is that they'd announce a date for issue, and the shorts would have to close prior to that date, which removes synthetics, and every short hedge fund left gets the dividend. Yeah, essentially. They would want to close their shorts before the X dividend was due, but if they don't, then they would have to furnish the dividend. And that's where Overstock ran into issues. Many of the shorts closed, but many did not. And instead sued. You don't want them to move the shares to the blockchain, because if they move the shares to the blockchain, then all of the shorts disappear. Subway Cup. Just like if the company gets delisted and the short positions go to the OTC, they'll go to the obligations warehouse and never be heard from again. What is the right way to take profits and reinvest for later dates from quarterly run-ups? Do you sell high and then buy in again when IV cools down? What is the right way to take profits and reinvest for later dates from quarterly run-ups? Oh, the right way is to sell on this part of the peak. So if the price is going up and then it peaks here, right? This is actually the ideal window to sell. This is when IV is at its highest. Or you can sell on the slight downturn. To maximize profits on these, you would sell long calls here. Sell CCs here. Buy puts here. And then ride those down, where here you would then sell CSPs. Getting capital to buy long calls while it's bottoming out, which you would then wait for the ride back up. And you could, like, if you nailed every aspect of that, you could massively increase your money, all within 2 repetitions of the same cycle. Some of those things I don't like selling the covered calls or buying puts. I don't like to accelerate the downside movement, and I don't like to risk my position by selling it in covered calls. And if you don't know what you're doing, you'll definitely get fucked, because there's ways of managing covered calls so you don't get assigned or called away. Oh, Jesus. Why would we run tomorrow? If we could do that, we wouldn't need MOASS. You'd also realize MOASS far quicker. But you just bite it. You just stick it in your mouth and chew it. I mean, technically, the correct way to do it is to do both. You would sell CCs at the peak, and then buy puts with the credit. Fidelity shortable at 131K. Okay. There's a potential for spiciness this week. I don't know. I don't feel like we're going to realize anything until the run. I think objectively they want to keep the price as low as possible, especially if they know they have to run it soon. Speaking of why you don't want shares going on the blockchain, I saw like a month ago or so that Credit Suisse and Nomura, Archegos buddies, are partnering with Paxos Decentralized Exchange. I mean, the Gary Gensler's like push to stop PFOF and high frequency trading. Um, there's a lot of big institutions that back that, right? Like that's not for retail's benefit. They want to trade on an exchange where they're not going to get front run by algorithms. The Great MOASS run, is that 5K, 20K, 25K? What do you mean? When a squeeze happens, there's no way to tell how high it would go. There'd be so much fucking interest. It would be unlike any other short squeeze that's ever occurred. I'll tell you that much. Do you think if they're holding far dated calls, it's safe to just have price alerts so I can sell when it alerts is fine? I just don't want to miss the run while I'm working. You should definitely set price alerts, especially if you work through the day. If you're holding options contracts, that's the hardest part about holding options, is that they need to be monitored regularly. Even if they're far dated, they should be checked on consistently. I'm sure if we move to all blockchain exchanges, they would find ways to skirt the edge of legality in those systems as well. Or it'd just be like crypto where they just pump and dump shit. Thoughts on VIX? Is it still climbing? Yeah, it's climbing. SPY dump below again. Hmm. Maybe see a market crash soon. It's starting to look more and more like one. It's not regaining its highs. You might be looking at the wrong date range, titty titty bang bang. You need to make sure at the top it says today and not like 5 days or this month. $12.69 sign got beefed. Where was it? We went up on $12.69 a little bit. Is SPY being seller boxed? No. Seller boxing is a technique that works on a stock that's trading at like less than a penny. It's completely irrelevant to anything going on right now. Ugh. I don't want to play it. It's too late. We missed the window hand. You can't DRS an ETF. Do you see this February being last year's January with all the FTDs, OPEC's future rollover options, possible catalyst from GameStop coming up? It could be. We've been looking more and more at early Feb since they kicked the December exposure out, right? So it's possible that because the brunt of our pileup is beginning in February and we are moving into an OPEC state, we have some decent potential there. I did not want to hit the beginning of Feb trading at $100, but we'll see how it plays out. So if we're CEO of Jimmy, you're saying you wouldn't buy back shares right now? I mean, I would. Also, if I was Ryan Cohen, I would buy more shares or buy options for the remainder of my shareholding now. But who knows if that's what's going on. Can you explain why sometimes pre-market indicates following price movement upwards in trading hours, like yesterday where we went up $6 in pre-market? That means they've started to cover in pre-market generally. Pre-market runs are usually followed by intraday runs on GameStop. Sorry. Can you tell JPOW to stop being a little bitch and turn the printer back on? It may be better for us that he doesn't. I noticed you buy Jimmy Weeklies at Market Open. Is that based on your FTD cycle thesis? It was based on the fact that we crossed the DN in the pre-market. Short hedge funds clearly burn a shitload of money to prevent a run. In hindsight, it totally makes sense with the anniversary of the sneeze, but when do these FTDs hit? Which cycle do they line up with? It's they hit in a similar way that November's did. Except more, right? Because they're still churning FTDs right now. And this is what's kind of confusing. And here, I'll show you guys. So we know if you look here, we know that, whatever needed to be covered in November's cycle for this run up, they covered. We had our increase in price and then we jumped up. But after this point, which is normally the beginning of the cycle, they failed to roll forward futures contracts, as we see here. And then December's exposure was shorted under. I mean, this was the failure to roll futures contracts, and then the price was additionally shorted under this December gamma exposure. And then shorted under January's gamma exposure. And this is a lot. Like this is far more can kicking than we've seen them do this entire time. And with, you know, the February OPEC date coming up out here, and there it is. With our Feb OPEC date coming up out here on the 22nd, all of this, you know, shorting gets shifted forward. And this shorting gets shifted forward to here, but this shorting gets shifted forward to here, right? And so on either side of this Feb OPEX run up, we have just massive amounts of short exposure. You know, $150 worth of downside momentum on GameStop that needs to be made up. I don't know how long they can continue to do this. I would imagine that Feb OPEX would present the break point for that. But I do expect price improvement over the next week as these begin to come due. As we see these future FTDs come due and these ETF obligations come due over, you know, from Feb 1st through 8th, which gives them a very short window to cover or to drop the price before the February OPEX begins. And then once February OPEX begins, they're going to have all these obligations from January to cover. And so like they've now created kind of a situation where instead of just this moving forward and them having to cover, and then, you know, push down the next cycle, now they have two of these exposure windows pushed into a much narrower space. And so they're compounding their problem by continuing to short instead of cover these windows. And it's not that it's always a month out. It's just it's an inverse of what they're doing. So if they push the price down, they have to bring the price up. They still have to buy, those shorts have to be satisfied. They have to settle them. Many have already begun to fail. They're and you know, if they're already in the Reg T process. Yeah, I'll clip it. It could be due to them losing shitloads of money over the course of the year and not being able to internalize as much. It could be because lower liquidity means that they're having a harder time clearing FTDs through CNS. DD is fairly accurate. They've been gambling heavily on psychological warfare, in essence, using short-term bet. This is usually not what you expect from a hedge fund because they usually go slow. Yeah. You think March 4th still covers Feb cycle well enough? I know you prefer 18th. Yeah, but you're going to have a lot of decay moving into the part of the Feb cycle that matters. So we got shorted 150, we go up 150 later. It's not 1-to-1, I'm sure, but that's kind of what you're getting at. Essentially, yes. Like my DD was never designed to tell us how high we go or what range of price action we'll experience. It was designed to tell us when price action will occur and show us their strategy in a defined way. so that we could take advantage of that strategy. And I think in that goal, the DD has succeeded beyond even my own expectations. Any thoughts or strat on July 100? Picked one up a week or two ago and was up yesterday, down today. Not sure whether to flip it and pick up again on a drop or hold because it's so long till expiry. I would just hold. You've got so much time, man. Why not? It's up to you, but you got a lot of time on that. I want him to tell Kenny that he can kick the can as long as he wants, but one day he won't be able to kick these nuts out of his ex-wife. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seibel. Can you please clip the part where you call Carl a little bitch and tell them they'll never be as cool as the Cure? What part was that? I didn't say those things about Carl. That would just be mean. I don't want to hurt Carl. He's very sensitive. It's so surprising Citadel is willing to fall on the sword for the likes of Melvin. I don't think they are. I think they were willing to bail Melvin out to keep themselves from getting destroyed. Has this overlap to this extent ever happened previously in the cycles? I mean, it didn't happen last January. They cleared out their compounding problems far earlier instead of continuing to compound them. We've seen, low rates of FTDs in these cycles before. If we look back here in June when the contracts were in fact rolled, we saw lots of exposure built up. And even though that played out in a very long downtrend, these are all FTD periods throughout the June window, right? And these are, in August, we still see FTDs coming in, right? So they do have an effect on price, but to continue to compress these breakouts and push them all into a narrower window increases the volatility of those breakouts, right? So by taking all of these failures in a window and pushing them all into one date, or one much smaller window, you're amplifying the effect of them, essentially. And if the goal is to buy time, maybe they thought retail wouldn't roll. Retail doesn't roll its options. Retail doesn't buy long dated calls. This is a shift in our strategy that they couldn't have foreseen. And, everyone's like, oh, the price has been going down since DRS picked up. And that's not what it is. It's that people have been buying options and they have been trying to dodge that exposure ever since. But they've bought them so far out that they can't. And so they continue to try to compress the price to the downside. But by doing that, the snap back to equilibrium becomes stronger and stronger. I'm trying to use kindergarten level of physics to understand a complex system, but it does essentially work that way. We're getting long laddered again. Mods need to start banning bitter shills who don't bring constructive criticism, but only oversimplified statements and bitter FUD. I've thought about that. Sometimes I try to give them a chance to actually bring something constructive to the conversation. If they prove over and over again that they have zero constructive things to say, then I usually will ban them. The Discord is a little harder because I can't monitor it all the time. But I trust that, Han and Biter and Zakir are all on top of that. If you guys see things that you think are suspicious in the Discord, always feel free to reach out to the moderators or myself and let us know, and we can check the situation out. You guys should be immune to that bullshit by now. Like having shills and FUD in here is good. It steels you to the bullshit, right? If you can withstand 9 months of people pissing in your face, then you can probably hold a lot fucking longer, huh? Okay, Gogs, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the
Welcome to
Discord. Nothing, no, just thank you.
Cornishan.
Sorry.
Cornishan. Cornishan.
Just clip the whole fucking. Is it worth it to buy calls on the other stocks in the basket if we can't afford GME calls? I don't make any promises to the extent of the exposure there, though, Sean. And that's tricky, right? Because we do know they're all involved together, but we don't necessarily know if they're going to move in the same way, at the same times, in the same fashion. All of this was designed with GameStop in mind, not these other stocks. And that would be more research than I would be capable of doing. You can try to apply it yourself and see what you come up with. Um, Cheers from NS Canada. East Coast love. Thank you so much, Canadian holder. Is it worth it to buy calls? I can barely read and write, but I still play options. Am I a pro trader now? AMD will steal at these prices? Yes. I think so. If there's a market crash, however, it could go lower, much lower, in which case it would really be a steal. Buying the bottom and timing the bottom is a way many, many people have gotten rich. Thank you, respectively, me. Glider, ha, you assume I am a kindergarten level. My mom is so proud right now. Thank you, Glider. Since they're compounding their problems, that would make for a larger increase in price, right? Not just volatility. Yes. So the more they push this out, the more they increase the chance of a short squeeze occurring. And I know we want price action now, but I think we'd rather have price action that facilitated a squeeze. Have we reached out to Missy Elliott to see if she can flip it and reverse the stock? You think when RC made the hold or hodl tweet, you think he was aware that he knew things would get rough before they get good? Probably. And I think Games he reaches out in ways that he can, or GameStop, supports its shareholders and their holding of the stock. I mean, they know that the things we've gone through are shitty, and yet we hold it still. But I think they can't say too much, and nor are they incentivized to, push it over the edge or pamp it, as some would say. Thank you for explaining at a 6-year-old level. Now I at least half understood what you said. Hold it to the moon. Let's fucking go, Riku. Thank you so much, Mr. 2 Aniac. I clipped it. I clipped it all. I'll edit it and get it up later. Does buying calls on the other meme stock put pressure on Gmail? Possibly. Buying the ETFs probably would put pressure on GMA. Quick question about these ETF FTDs. So for XRT, say they're shorting it to make creation cheaper. Are FTDs from XRT from them shorting, or the underlying that they... So what they do is they short XRT. And then when XRT is down, they create. So they can get their creation at a discount, right? Did love just defeat all Fed? Beautiful. No, they're still here. Um, just no good arguments. Is this just an attempt to bump IV? Maybe. It's not a significant one if it is. With strategy shifting between DRS, long dated calls, and short heavy trend actually dipping into the lending pool, isn't this setting up to be astronomically explosive when exposure price action hits? Yes. As they're already dipping into the lending pool now, when the stock is so far down, our hope is that when it runs, they will need to dig deeper into that lending pool and they will come up short or empty. This was the grounds of, options against that DRS, applying that asymmetric pressure to their positions, right? By DRSing and pulling shares away, or by buying and holding, even, because not all brokerages are complicit, I don't think, because there'd be far more shares available to lend. But yeah, options apply pressure to that illiquid float. And when they really need it, when the push comes to shove, and they really need to find shares, there's not going to be any there, or there's going to be far less than they need. And maybe that's not even something they realize yet. I managed to negotiate and got a Lambo in exchange for a single share of GME. I was super proud of myself until I heard the salesman mumbling, "What a moron." Now I have doubts. Sorry to hear that, Long Danson. Plumber Poopy Hands. I sometimes struggle with staying positive, but your level head and calm explanations always bring my attitude back to view up. Thanks for all you do, Gerxies. You're a generous pickle. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. The part that is suboptimal is now we have days of concerted FUD campaigns. We have so many new people now who don't know it is synthetic. That's true, but they'll learn or they won't. Stock market's not for everyone, right? Please read Discord DM from Turd. Look at that fucking pre-market high last year on 127. Yeah, I know, Turd. It's sexy. Asphyxia? Volume following our drop. No, it is. Looking to YMNS futures, cycle 2. I don't know which one's from you, man. You have a different Nick Nobody. You have a different name on fucking Reddit than you do on YouTube, and I can't remember which is which. Any thoughts on Naked now? Sen. Do you think there are paid shills? Probably not. I think most of it's just confusion or anger, bitterness. I think that drives more. I think I think there are more shills in our midst than there are being paid to shill us. It's not hard to. I mean, you can have one person drive controversy, right? I don't think it'd be worth it for them. Or if there was, there'd be very few of them. Is it normal for the market to be red these many days? No, it's fucking not. Um, Only been holding since May. I'll be honest, for the first time yesterday, I was feeling down after getting rug pulled by hedgies. I'm chill now though, and bought another share. Awesome, dude. Quick question about UTFX. I answered those. Or answered that, right, Dominic? FTDs for XRT from them shorting the underlying, or that they FTD on after creation, or both? Both. Sorry, maybe I didn't answer it fully. Are the FTDs for XRT from them shorting or the underlying that they FTD on the creation, or both? They FTD on both. That's why XRT went on the reg show threshold list, because they're just exercising on their FTD. They're failing on both sides of the trade. They're failing to return the creation, and they're failing the short on the ETF itself. FUD is also natural. It's okay to be nervous and scared, but you can't let those emotions rule your decision making or cause you to lash out. Try and maintain a cool head, friends. Come sit by me on the rocket and get some hugs. All love, all the time here. Pickle Morty. Thank you so much, Pickle Morty. Way the fuck behind on chat. Jesus. I don't see any DD posted on SS anymore. How do we know for sure what you're saying is definitely the case, or it's not just another theory of where we're at? I mean, it lines up so far. I wish there was more DD. There's just not. Limit up and limit down. Uh, for the order book, the highlighted orders. Is PiFi looking at the super chats people are sending? How do we win? Buy and hold. Regulations passed. Thank you. Buy and hold's away. Regulations may get passed. I doubt it. Counterparty risk is probably our best bet. Were you joking about owning UWMC? No. I have like 1,000 shares of it. Can you tell everyone that filling up the Dans costs extra? People are starting to get a bit handsy because of all this FUD. I don't want to spread FUD, so feel free to ignore this. No. At what point would you consider the MOASS dead? What would you be looking for? A complete break from the cycle that we've seen. Consistent shorting, price being driven down even below here, price being driven down through larger known exposure windows like the OPEC cycle. That would be. I'd want confirmation, but that would be bad. Because it would imply that their exposure has been resolved. and they are now just in a pattern of shorting the stock like they did from 2014 to 2020. I don't think we have any indication of that yet. We don't have any evidence to say that it can't go that low again, but the entirety of last year it traded, at an average of $190. So it's highly unlikely it would go that low again. Does transferring between brokers force shares to be located? Yes. UWMC seems to move at GameStop too. I bought some March 18 calls. Oh God, don't do that. That's a terrible fucking idea. I've been bag holding that shit forever. It never goes up. It's undervalued, but be prepared to own it for a long fucking time. We're not close to that yet. No. What's OPEX? It's the ETF index options expiration period that occurs on Feb 18th quarterly. If Kramer starts pumping GME and its future potential, then they got out of their options. Simple. He's done it before, right? Is there historical precedence to the point you made in your daily DD? Ray liquidation starting with long positions and transferring to short? Oh, that's just how they liquidate. Actually, I can. It's just basic logic. They would pull the net credit position before covering the net debit position. Right? Like they're not using their own funds, right? Because they're liquidating someone else. So they sell the long position, buy the short. Otherwise, they'd be using their own funds to buy the short position before selling off the long position, which doesn't make any sense. And there is, you can look it up, but there's precedent for liquidations occurring in that manner. DN's still at 106? No, 103 now. It dropped down, which means more call buying, which is good. They're kind of squeezing, right? Like we're seeing this. I don't know what to call it. I guess it's like a delta neutral squeeze almost. And that, our floor is really kind of cementing itself in this $90 range, but delta neutral continues to drop. And so, we're seeing a convergence of our price action and they're trying to keep it off of that point, right? Like actively. I mean, they shorted the fuck out of us this morning to drop us below that new lower delta neutral point today. It acted as a resistance this morning in the pre-market. It acted as a resistance yesterday before we broke out. It's really, as delta neutral, as calls keep coming in, right? This short position becomes harder to sustain. They've already kind of bottomed out on it, right? And so, but the calls keep coming in, which is driving delta neutral down. And they're trying to keep it under that, but they're not keeping up with they're not keeping it under at the same rate that delta neutral is coming down. And eventually those are going to cross, right? Think we could test DN again today? I hope so, because a cross of it kind of means a breakout. Is that Haley's theory? No. She hasn't. I've kind of expressed a similar thing to her, but I don't think she's mentioned anything in that regards. I think her and Zinka are more interested in like the gamma volatility shifts that occur on GameStop. Matt Kors said you jumped the shark when you streamed with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. How? What does jump the shark mean? Matt Kors is an idiot. I don't care about his opinion. Fuck him. Ban me. Bitch. Um, I've never jumped a shark. I don't go in the ocean. I think they will short the turds out of us tomorrow. It's possible. Interesting. I've never heard that expression before. Do you think the additional, it must be a Philadelphia thing. Do you think the additional shorting this week will lead to a higher run up for the May OPEX versus upcoming Feb OPEX, assuming they continue to short as they normally do after the Feb OPEX? Lead to a higher run up for the May OPEX versus upcoming Feb OPEX. Yes. No. A higher, possibly a higher run up into the future rollovers. I don't think the shorting occurring now will FTD that far out. That's very far away. The May OPEX. What did you say, VWAP down cycle? Macros needs to chill, or we will tell the world he has true identity as the duck fucker named you Rick of Spades. Rick of Spades is not a duck fucker. Fonzie from Happy Days literally jumped over a shark in skis. Okay, I don't know what that is. Jump the shark is a saying from the Midwest. You wouldn't get it. Why the fuck is it a saying from the Midwest? They don't have any fucking sharks in the Midwest. It's the best part about the Midwest. I've been listening to you for months on end. Your expertise on market at large has helped me keep grounded as a newer investor. That being said, what is that high pitched squeal that trips up in the background every day? We're trying to breed pigeon whales. It's difficult. Interesting that today we're diverging from both the other basket stocks and the market at large. Uh, I mean, the market's kind of shit too. Says Dillard's. We got shorted earlier than the rest of it, but we're all getting driven down to around the same level. Um, oh, so Matt Kors is saying my interview with Kozak was ridiculous. This is the same fucking guy who actively points out the intraday cup and handle, loses tens of $1,000s on Tesla calls, and then fucking points out crossovers in the daily MACD. Fuck him. Fuck him and fuck his ducks. Fucking computer programmer. Not that that's a bad thing, but his market skills are not there. Dick's getting majorly boofed. We had to rescue Trash Dan from Matt Kors. Matt Kors was doing unspeakable things to him. We have the evidence. You should have seen him wandering around the park after he left his house. Trash. Do you have that? Matt Kors is a computer programmer. I thought he was a fraud. I just wanted to let you know that my schedule is free. I'm fully available for the Pigeon Ball breeding program. I am fertile and quite flexible. That's not how that works, Chakiseki. If you guys want to know about the unspeakable horrors that occur at Matt Kors' Philadelphia home, this is how we found Trash Dan. Wandering the park in Philadelphia when we accidentally stopped there to get a really terrible cheesesteak. Do we hope to end above it as often as possible now? And what does that matter if we do? How is it different than Max Payne? It's it's better than Max Payne. Max Payne has to do with the contract volume or like open interest. This has to do with the amount of hedging that needs to occur if we cross that point. So this provides upward momentum, whereas Max Payne's just a price. Do you know what happens when you internalize too much dicks? A plugin comes out. Interesting. My $35 1DT is down to $12. Jesus Christ. Assuming this price action keeps up, thoughts on what tomorrow brings? Um, if we can continue up, it depends. We need. I'd want to see us break above delta neutral today to have any kind of significant bullishness for tomorrow. And we're still down $6 on the day, Smocks. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that, man. Fucking blocking. It has to do with the demand. So it doesn't have to, it has to do with the entire lending pool. So even though we're seeing shares returned to IBKR and Fidelity, right? That doesn't mean that shares borrowed from like Vanguard or BlackRock have been returned. And so the rate is continuing up. And if they hold shorts and don't return them by end of day, then the rate will continue up. I fly all day tomorrow. I want to know if I can sell some 150 cc's and land with all my shares intact. Fuck, man. I don't think 150s would get assigned, but I also don't particularly like the idea of, I mean, like, there's some risk. I can't promise all your shares would be intact. Although it seems unlikely, I mean, there is risk there. You have to evaluate that yourself, man. When CME liquidates someone, do they make any effort to lower the price of an underlying short position by slamming the buy button? No, they just cover. They don't give a shit. It's not even their money. They just cover it. DN's at 103. Is it fair to say you've privatized Yelia? No. she still posts in like the Discord and stuff. I just don't think she wants to be a part of Superstock anymore. Did you bring her to BlackRock's payroll? No. That's crazy. Is 1.4% not the highest since the squeeze last year, but I think it's the highest since the June run. Maybe just after the June run. I can't remember if it hit 3% on the June run or not, but it might be the highest since last February. I have to go back and look. I know we haven't, since June, we haven't seen a borrow rate that high. It's not really high, but it's higher than we've seen, and it's increasing. Have you read any of Lily Francis stuff on GME Report and her NOPE formula? Financial blogger was featured by Michael Burry. Seems pretty relevant to the theory with delta neutral. Can you send that to me, P. Chuckle? Superstock is a cesspool of shills and bots and honest people arguing with and for them. Does increased price of all the assets involved with the variance swaps affect your theory about GME price action moving forward, like more or less intense price swings moving forward? Hmm. You mean like the hedging? I'm confused as what you're referring to. Are you talking about like the replicate, like the price of the replicating basket? They don't. I don't think they care. It's just a hedge, right? It's neutral. Junior borrow rate used to be 80 to 200% in late 2020. Yeah, I know. It was very high back then. It's not anymore. It's been very low for most of this year, though. Or this, well, it's been low all of this year, but low for most of last year, 2021. This is the most up to speed you've ever been in chat. Celebratory moment. Thank you, fuck me in the pants. I appreciate that. Matt steals Girk's thumbnails. Does he? There was that one time. Uh IBKR rate peaked at 1.1 in June. Thank you, Lyle. That's what I thought. I thought the last time I feel like the last time we saw borrow rates even at like 2 or 3% were in what, just after the Feb run is when they started to really drop off. Fidelity with over 130k shares available again. No change in rate. Yeah. What are your thoughts on selling 2024 CC and using the premium to play earlier dated calls? I mean, it's a strategy as long as you don't get exercised. You look so sad and tired. Do I? I'm not. CCs at this price are risky, right? Because there's really not a lot of place to go but up. Why roll Febs to March and not just sell Febs and buy March calls closer to expiry if we aren't expecting anything until Feb? Oh, we are. We're expecting movement this coming week. That's why. We're, we're expecting movement from Feb 1st through 8th. Thanks, Glider. That's why. Also, our fucking delta neutral is like right on top of us. So if the stock starts to move from ETF FTDs that are coming due, it's really gonna move. How much do they pay dog walkers in New York? I actually know somebody who did that. He made good money. It was a lot of work. It took like he worked like 12 hours a day, but he did well. Few $100s a week for each dog. I think he was charging like maybe it was like 500 a week for like 7 days of walking their dogs for them. Is someone trying to get retail to write CCs so they can be exercised? Remember that the offset run where lots of people's CCs was exercised away from them because they thought they had one more week before? What? I don't think people should be writing CCs. They're risky. I mean, I only write covered calls because the worst outcome there, or cash secure puts, because the worst outcome there is that you buy more GameStop. Is using a cover call to exit a long position for a premium over just selling at the limit a good strat? Not thinking Jimmy, but for some of my other positions I've been holding, yes, it is. Even, I mean, even on GME, if we know the price is getting slammed, covered calls aren't the worst strategy. I just don't like doing it. I don't like the idea of risking my shares. Um, Moon sells covered calls on GME every week, and I mean, there's an argument that it's silly not to, given the amount of the cost of premiums on GameStop shares or GameStop calls. I sell covered calls on all my other stocks except GameStop. I even sell calls on my leaps for things like Palantir and stuff. So like naked calls covered by my leaps. Do you have more CC or DD? Definitely more DD. The last time I sold cover calls on GameStop was near the top of the March run, and then I spent, a month and a half panicked that it was going to run up again and I was going to lose my shares. And then after that, I didn't do it anymore. Thanks, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I have leaps on AMD. Can you reassure me that the coil is just tightening even more the lower the price gets, driven as going to explode eventually? Yes. I mean, that's how I feel. Obviously, you need to make your own decision and do your own research about that, but that is my current thesis. I sold CC in Feb for ADC the day of the Feb run up. Ouch. Do you want to build a snowman this weekend? No. Apple's slightly up. Everything is fine. Because we're really looking for high interest strikes, i.e., if I can't afford a 150, then 180. Even if I can afford, say, a 165. I mean, the bid ask spread will be better. So there'll be more liquidity in those higher interest strikes. But being nearer the money, even if it's only $15, is probably better risk management than being further out of the money in order to gain that like little extra edge and liquidity. Is there snow today in New York City? I don't know. I haven't been or looked outside. I don't think so. Your thoughts on Melvin Capital down 25%, please? Good. Fuck them. I hope they burn. I mean, now the XRT, GME, cost, BBBY are all way up from their average trading price before the sneeze. Does this change anything to do with the future price action? Bad at wording this. It shouldn't. Um, why would it? It's not like the sneeze is what put them there, right? It was just the realization of value that had not been realized previous to that. Um, no snow. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Quit a job or thinking of quitting a job that you had a 401k with. Search for and think on how and why to transfer your 401k to an IRA. I don't know anything about retirement accounts. When do FTDs from suppressing this run start to pile up? The next couple days, starting Feb 1st. We had a little pile of them yesterday. Lombardi's opened in 1895 and still serves some of the best pizza in New York City. I've been there. It's good. Every day I'm shillering. How about you? I'm doing great, Gaff. How's crypto? It looks still down. Are you buying big? Are you streaming Apple earnings? No. Did you already talk about Melvin moving 4 billion to the Cayman Islands? Yeah, they're running away with their money. They're gonna leave everyone else with the bag to hold. What are your thoughts on LRC? I don't really know that much about it. It seems fine. I own some. I don't care what happens to it. Why are you just looking up facts about New York? What do you do with your day, Smooth? Do you just get high and then hang out here all day and ask me absurd questions like is honking illegal in New York? It is, I think, after a certain time, and no, the NYPD doesn't give a shit if you honk your horn. Nah, bear market flip looks imminent, but I'm gonna buy it. We'll be with the drop once the flip happens. For now, just juggling NFTs. It's a bubble, but I like money. Fair. Not sure if I missed it or you did. GME and NVAX run almost identical. Been monitoring it for months. Maybe it's something to look into. Same outstanding shares, almost. Hmm. Uh, all right. I'll check it out. If you want to, Olga, if you want to send me a DM to remind me. What do you think of clip thumbnails to put on your clips and make the channel more organized? That'd be cool. I don't. How do I do that? Just like, is it just like the stream? I thought you could only do that for the streams. Wouldn't that make all the clips look the same? I saw an AMC clickbait channel last night that Melvin Capital was selling off all long positions. Have you heard this too? No. I heard they smuggled a bunch of money away into the Caymans. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute. It doesn't look like anything significant's happening here. I think they just covered some of their shortables on this run up. Looks like we're staying pretty flat at 95 though. Give me, I'll say about 15 minutes or so. I'll try to make it quick. All right. Look, I missed nothing. Fantastic. Ugh. Oh, there was no plot-in. I just made some food. I didn't get ramen, but now I really want to go get ramen after the stream. What are the PPT plans? What do you mean? I missed the drama in chat. What drama was there? I don't think we need FOMO. I think we need something to catalyze FOMO. I don't think the anniversary is going to do that when we're down lower than we've been all year, very intentionally. Does Yo-Yo's DN price graph have a estimated convergence point? No, actually. I don't think so. I don't think that's something she's looking into. It's more something I've been looking at with her data. I could ask her. It sort of looks converged right now. Like the unadjusted delta neutral. I can open it. Hold on. Like it's kind of converging right now, right? See how when our delta neutral dips, we go up? I thought that was interesting too. And this is the hardest dip. Although I guess it did converge here on this last delta sensitivity spike where they shorted below, right? Makes it really obvious where they're trying to short below these breakouts. That was in December, leading into the December 22nd expiry. If calls keep getting bought, yeah, it'll keep going down. Hey, it's Pixel here again. Just want to let you know that quad witching RRP is coming soon and should be the end game. Turd, I don't know what I'd do without your constant updates. Thank you so much. Did you notice how Yo-Yo's models kind of lining up for us for a breakout? I did. I'm stoked about it. Win breakout? I don't know. But it looks like our price action is coming back up into delta neutral, so that's cool. Change in total market delta. Ooh. New helium partner? Canada's network leader offering end-to-end IoT solutions. That's fucking awesome. Hmm. That's on DDS breaking 280. Wait, did it? No. Like, if it will, it's definitely possible. Theta is always the enemy, unless you're selling it. In which case, you're a drug dealer. Cat in the demand zone? Close. I'm still uncomfortable with 110 as a support, or 210. I shouldn't be. It's got a triple bottom on it. Hmm. Hand wrote a song? I think we're correcting again like last week. We'll see. Either we're turning around or the market's crashing. Both are really possible. I'm not buying any weeklies. If I were to buy weeklies, I would buy them like at the money. Court dismisses claims Robinhood wrongly restricted meme stock trades. See, no crime. Nope, still crime. L is for the L. L's the hedgies take. O is for the only stock I see. V is for the very, very rich will all be. E is even more pickles than you could boof, and before pickles you could boof before, and love is all that I feel for you all. Oh boy. That's cloying. Thank you for your song, Han. Delta neutral's up here. Glad to see you're eating more than just Lara bars these days. Thank you. I managed to roll 11 Feb 18, 220, 230s, into 4x March 160. Without watching your stream, I would have just YOLO'd into 320s. Thanks, man. Good job, dude. If you only had 2K, would you buy March 18 options or shares? That's up to you, dude. You have to determine your risk there. Do you own shares already? Do you want to? Are you are you expanding on your initial position with options, or is it your only position? There's another word that I want to use to describe Han's song, but I can't think of what it is right now. Saccharin. Saccharin, Han. What the fuck does that mean? Look it up. Spell it. Saccharin. Yeah, they'll. That's another reason they're incentivized to drive the price up on the volatility side, is that it opens more strikes. I'm not going to spell it backwards. Yes, the adjective, not the noun. Too too sentimental to bear. That's an aspartame. It just tastes weird. I don't like diet fake sugars. They're fucking disgusting. What does jump the shark mean? I'm in the Midwest. I don't know. It's something about leaping over sharks. Does delta neutral only apply to option strategies? Is it an indicator of potential price movement? Both. Just read an article. We don't have to worry about COVID affecting the market anymore. Just war brewing on another continent. I mean, that's just gonna make stocks go up, right? What inspired you to get into trading? I didn't like working for other people, and I wanted to be rich. Are we gonna explain jumping the shark 5,000 more times? Wasn't free float 64 million? No, 62.66. It's less now. What are some good war stocks? Lockheed, Boeing. Find somebody who makes guns. I don't know. Raytheon. Hey, Gherkin, you here? Wondering if you're bullish on GameStop. Asking for a friend. Very bullish. I like the stock. Thank you, Jeff the Privileged, longtime Pigeon Whale member. Also new here. I never called you an attention whore. Putting words in my mouth. Carl's an attention whore. Have you had crumble cookies? No. Northrop Grumman, yeah. I did elaborate on it. There's a clip, Dollar Judo, if you want to go look. I can't remember what it's called, but it's from like the last couple days. It's along the lines of what you're asking about, though. Are the chills gone yet? No, some of them are still in here. They keep asking me questions like, if I have $2,000, how is best to spend? Not realizing that I'm not a financial advisor. And so even if you were to trip me up, it'd be worthless. This is why Kramer can sit on camera and scream buy at stocks all day and he doesn't go to jail. Long time listener, first time caller. I'm finally up to 3.1 shares of GME. Fuck yeah, damn boys. That's awesome to hear, man. How excited are you for the coming weeks? Stop basing your own personal bullishness off mine, Bastion. I think when people ask me those questions from now on, I'm just going to tell them the best way to spend it is to donate it to the channel. 4 times what you think about last Monday's save your put selling, and if similar negative gex is coming Monday on SPY. I don't know. We'll see. The market doesn't like Mondays. Please validate my feelings. Do they make $2,000 Ko-Fis? Who needs options? There's no limit. How best to use my $2,000? Go find a financial advisor, hand them $2,000, and ask them to do what with the rest of your money? That's a good response, too. I feel pretty bullish. Is that a joke? Are you saying you feel bullish? Or, okay, I'm going to stop. You mentioned the Black-Scholes calculator. Can you explain how to properly use that for options? Just plug in the information and it will give you a result. Like all calculators. Am I 93.69 gonna fill? I hope so. I can't believe we broke through 96.69. Or 96.96. How excited are you knowing I will definitely not base my own bullishness on your own? Thank you. A corpse of odorous colon. St. Kirk of Thank you, N8 Cairo. With this much internalization over such a short time period, I would assume that we see some price halts at some point, correct? Or do they have a lot of leeway when they unwind? Some price halts at some point? I mean, that'd be cool. I'd like to see some halts. It's been a long time. How do you make your tuna salad, and what kind of crackers do you prefer? I make my tuna salad with fresh dill and red onion, mayonnaise, salt, freshly ground black pepper, a little bit of pickle, just a touch, not too much. Cracker, multigrain, some sort of multigrain cracker is ideal. Maybe like a Morton's. If I internalize your bullishness and spread it amongst the Dans, would a mixture of our mighty hive mind and your love of GME be strong enough to overthrow the hedgies? Probably not. It's a nice thought, though. Chicken of the Sea? No? That's trash. I'm just gonna ride out this market crash, I guess. Oh, SPY just slipped 430. Tesla's crashing. That's all the money. Is Apple crashing? Of course I'm fucking wearing pants. Your breath must be delightful. I'm not eating tuna salad before I make out with someone. Hales. Don't worry. Tell your husband I said that. I really think you should do a collab with Marantz Rants. He's market knowledgeable. Not like you, but he has more than Kozik in Houston. His love of GameStop is amazing. People have mentioned this before. As a retail investor, I plan on buying shares in after hours, raising the price. Then at market open, I will sell them for a loss because that's what we do. Accurate, if true. Are you making out with fans? What donation level? It's just a personal choice. No. Only Carl, because he's into that. But only after eating tuna salad. The rest of the time, no. we every once in a while, me and Carl get our lifted trucks and we drive out to Havasu for a romantic weekend, and we just eat tuna salad and make out the whole time. Goddamn right I am. Think 250 was attainable in conservative best case scenario. It could be. 250 seems to be our upper resistance right now. It's not like the stock's getting more liquid. I mean, Tesla is tanking. It's down 11% today. That's a rough ride. No, I'm not going to go there with that. Are you trying to be the Rick Sanchez of the GME saga? No. Natural gas futures are up 44% just now. Something crazy happened. Something blow up. DGAZF is going to squeeze again? Is it really not going to show it to me? Hmm. DGZF, whatever. SSR? Did we just hit it? Hold on, I have to look. No. 92.93. Oh, we did. We hit it. Haha. Bounce on SSR. Bullish. Can you tell me what to name my next kid? My wife is due in October. Sebastian. But you have to call him Sebi. Sebastian Wilberforce, and then whatever your last name is. Are you trying to be the Johnny Sins of the GME saga? No. Sebastian Frag. I don't think you want to know, Tamer. If I was named Sebastian, I would go by Bastion. I wouldn't go by Bass or Sad. Bartholomew Fregulon Cordell. SSR doesn't hurt or help anybody. That means how much that contract has changed today in value. Hey Kenny, I still see the GME as listed ticker on the NYSE. Who's the one really winning? I always knew you were a posh boy. Thanks. Are you trying to be the teacher from the Magic School Bus for the GME saga? That's not how that works, Arnold. If GME's turnaround plan fails and they're a mediocre company, do you think that would stop the quarterly run-ups or not have that much of effect? Since most of retail invested for a squeeze. I don't know, Bobby Axelrod. I don't I don't think that'll be the case. But it may not. Do you ever question your thesis after tough weeks, months like this? Not so much so that you're wrong, but maybe their manipulation runs deeper than we know. I mean, I kind of expected their manipulation to run deep. This extent of it is shocking, but we just roll with the punches. It's not like we're going away, so I don't really need to worry about how deep their ability to manipulate it runs. I just need to know when their bills are due. It is a bit careless on their part, but maybe necessary. Holding $1 strike calls puts on more pressure than just buying the shares outright. Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, they probably just hedge it, right? If you're buying that deep in the money. They just short it mark as a long sale. I mean, sort of. They just use ETF creation and keep shorting because an ETF, a created share, is a long sale. Um, what does percent change color mean in WeBull options? It just means the amount that that option has changed in price throughout the day from market open, I think, is what it tracks. Haven't been able to listen today. Sorry if it's been addressed. The thoughts on FINRA reported short interest increasing on Jimmy up to about 20%. Was about 10 to 12% last time I checked. Reliable? The rate of increase might be. As if you're asking me if that's the extent of the short position, no, I don't think so. Took my spy put profits, but Jimmy calls again. Guess what? Down again, then sons of bitches. How do stocks like SoFi show profitability and record earnings who just got a bank charter trade below their IPO price? They were literally at $28 3 months ago. They weren't worth $28. Also, they were a SPAC, weren't they? Early on, Gherk told us not to underestimate our foes. That's correct. What about if margin call fails really never happen? They're all cheating from the broker, DTCC, and Fed. Then you should probably just walk away because there's no point. If the corruption runs that deep, there's no play. It's simple. So it's up to you to decide how much faith you have in the system. Gaff, he was in here earlier. He was talking shit about NFTs or something. Why are some orders white on the order book? Mid. No change in price. No, because their exposure yesterday wasn't for those FTDs. It was, I mean, they could have, yes, but I don't think so. Been out of meetings all day. Just want to say thank you for everything. Bullish as ever. We won this. You're the best. Girk. Cheers. Thanks, Dominic. What do you think of the drop from 250 a few weeks ago? Back to running around 100 now. I mean, they shorted the shit out of the stock. Very hard. Big shorts. Synthetic, which means they'll fail, but every time you buy a call, I will buy a put. Let's fucking go. Okay, so I have some calls here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the reported increase is reliable either, but it's an indicator of something, right? Afternoon, Trina. Citadel handles 60 to 70% of retail trade, not the US markets. Um, when were we last at a 1.4 borrow rate? Before June. Maybe April or March. I can't remember when it first started to tank. I wasn't really paying attention back then. Someone made a post about how 100% plus 100% Ford calls are only $400, yet 900% GME calls are 6K. If the market sees GME hitting 950 is so unlikely, why so expensive? Scared and pricing us out? I mean, yeah. Also implied volatility. Ford has no volatility, basically. There will not be an NFT dividend. Probably not. Do you have any explanations for the SPY dump yesterday besides liquidation? Um, People didn't like the Fed minutes. Although I feel like everything the Fed said should have been priced in already. None of it was a shock. I love how there's people on every platform trying to convince others to sell GME. It just makes me think that somebody somewhere is way too short the stock. That's possible. Can you speak to the contradiction between the price is fake and short hedge funds don't paint the tape? Why? I mean, they can only control the price to a degree. By dropping the price super hard, they increase interest in buying the stock. And eventually buy pressure will outweigh the sell pressure they're able to create. How much of GME calls open interest is from retail investors? Some. Probably not the majority of it. I almost got hit by a high-speed car chase while listening to the stream on my way to work. Be careful, dude. That's because no one's buying. So they can, yeah, they can drop it that much. It wasn't easy. It wasn't cheap for them. It cost a lot, and the exposure is real. So, yeah, they dropped it $160 almost. A little more, actually. $162. This dip is because you said no to building a snowman. I don't have any snow. I can't just make it. I almost hit this idiot in the middle of the street with my earphones while I'm getting chased in my car. Yeah, with earphones. Oh, ha. If this goes down as speculated and you walk out like Jeff Bezos 2.0, do you plan on writing any calls on your ego? I would. They'd print. Why would anyone buy when GS is given zero forward guidance? I wouldn't buy at this point either. Seems like they're shooting themselves in the foot, even though I get it, that is their MO. There's nothing to say. They're not saying anything. I know nobody's considered this, but hear me out. They're not saying anything because they have nothing to say yet. Like, they're not hiding some secret from us. There's nothing we don't know. There's just nothing to say yet. There's no cryptic hints or veiled secrets. It's just nothing's going on. I know that sounds crazy. Wrong. Okay. It's fucking, they just, Ryan Cohen performed a hostile takeover of the company, and he's only been chairman since fucking June. It's like 6 months. It takes time to do this shit. It's not quick. Chewy wasn't a public company. Chill. You feel duped by GameStop? You should feel duped by Superstock. or by the media, but not by GameStop. Just because people churned up exciting things for the last year to get your tits all jacked about NFTs and vote counts. Fucking Cohen didn't promise any of that shit. He said to fucking hold on. Buckle up. It's going to be a long trip. He did say brick by brick. And he said hodl. So give him time. This just shows me that a lot of you have way less faith in him and his management team's abilities than you say you do. If we're talking the long-term play on GameStop is fucking rock solid. But it is long-term. See red get scare. Yeah. All right. Seems like a fun campaign. Fuck him. Exactly. Look at building a PMCC and notice something weird. The 100C12023 has a delta of 69. Nice. But it shouldn't be below 0.5 being out of the money. Because of time, Bob? Or gamma sensitivity? Is it 100? Those are puts. I'm showing 0.7. You don't see 0.5 out on, like normally, yeah, at the money, but for weeklies, at the money is going to be like 0.5. The further out you get, it's going to go up. Like if you look at, what's this, March? At the money is like 0.7. The further dated the call, the higher the delta value is going to be, even if it's out of the money. Because then they're hedging like risk, right? Nobody's here for the long term. We all came for the squeeze. If you're telling me you aren't going to sell all your shares at the top and will hold a portion until the end of the world, you're bullshit. I mean, I never said I was going to do that. I would sell all of my shares at the top of a squeeze, without a doubt. I have like 10% that might be kind of difficult to sell. So I may not sell them, but I'll sell as many as I can. That doesn't mean that the long-term thesis on GameStop is bad. Frankian. Imagine holding the stock for a year and then selling because some shill said something on a YouTube chat. Yeah. I don't have acid reflux. Unless I eat fennel. If I eat fennel, I get very bad heartburn. I don't know why. Not fresh fennel, dried fennel. Like fennel seed. No, the 10% is managed by someone else. Yeah, there's really nothing to tell Reddit. I don't know. Maybe I'll write something at the end of the day. Relaxed esophageal sphincter. Thanks, Barty. No, I didn't secretly DRS any shares. BlackRock for a 1K. Would you commit to buying a share of GME on the account you have pulled up during the stream every time someone becomes a pigeon whale until GME is back above $100? That's, that's a net negative balance, right? YouTube takes like 40%. I could. I just don't like it. Fine, every two. All right. I'm in. I'll do it. Do you expect mostly shorting and down tomorrow? I don't really have any expectations for tomorrow. I think most of the weeklies got sold off yesterday. Tomorrow's going to be pretty lackluster. Sounds like someone needs better YouTube negotiating skills. That's not how that works. I don't get to negotiate with anybody. New York City is literally getting snow on Saturday. Will you commit to building a snowman with me? No. I have never bought puts at the top of the cycle. Should I have? Maybe. I've bought puts at earnings, but I've always sold them the next day like an idiot. Apple dump like Tesla and Netflix. I mean, it's overvalued. If they're overvalued, it's definitely overvalued. Can you go on a rant on why it's going to get better and then clip it? I went on a rant already today. I'm ranted out. I'm done ranting. I don't hate you, Popcorn Trader. I just don't want to build a snowman with you. It's weird. I've never built a snowman with another adult man. Orange guy, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. Appreciate
Welcome
it.
to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Aren't all IPOs down hard when they open? Usually because the initial investors let new public investors hold the bags for them. So they overvalue the IPO and then they sell out when it goes onto the lit exchange and leave everybody a bunch of bag holders until the company regains that value. There's some exceptions to that, but that's for the most part how IPOs pan out. I'm getting married, quote unquote, next weekend. Any tips on how to play it? Iron Condor? Maybe a strangle. Just sell the theta from the event. That's what club owners do, right? Like at nightclubs, they just sell you theta. Like you want to go inside and have a good time for the next 6 hours? There's the cost. Oh my god. So many businesses just sell theta. It's disturbing. Psych warfare is working. We're all sad because the price is actually down. I'm not. It sucks, but I'll live. As long as Kenny doesn't come kill me. The oldest profession in the world is price by theta. The original theta gang. It's the most valuable commodity. It's the only thing worth buying, right? Is more time. This is getting this is getting too much. I'm gonna have an existential crisis here in a second. I thought I was selling your Volgavana, but I don't know. I failed biology and anatomy. That's okay. Is the reason yesterday morning had a big run compared to today's more common cover FTDs and low price channels due to the sheer amount of FTDs coming in yesterday? Ding ding. And for Floinky Doinky, the prize is me telling you you're correct. That's all I had. I'm sorry. At what cost per hour would you go back to work for someone? Oh, it's it's just too high. Like it's unrealistic. Like, do I have to go into an office or like work from home? Girk makes $2 an hour in super chats. It's, it's about right. Girk should have repped anti-work. I don't understand that sub. Like, I get it. Like, society sucks. Education and healthcare should be free. Jobs should pay more money. But bitching and whining about it on Reddit doesn't do anything. Especially when the people you're bitching to agree with you. It's not like they're going out and spreading the word, right? They're just isolating their own opinion in a subreddit, which I guess is good for the people that disagree with them because they never have to listen to them. Vorname Notchname, thank you so much, man. Knockname? That doesn't make sense. Last night in Discord, I heard that makes hundreds of thousands off of this stream. I wish. How much has today's stream made? $262. And hold on, I'm probably gonna get like $30 from YouTube Premium ad revenue, and I'll get another, I don't know, $15 or $16 from just regular ad revenue. So almost $300, maybe a little more. If you take that over the year, let's see, 7.5 hours a day plus the weekend stream. What was that, like 330 days, right? Minus taxes. It's like 70 grand a year. It's like not even a good job. Especially with all the shit I have to put up with. Or the way I prefer to think of it, 700 shares of GameStop a year. Hey, fuck you, man. That's what I make. 70K a year is like my rent. Okay, it's not. It's my rent's $57,000 a year. So yeah, I'm not surviving on fucking YouTube money. And most days I don't even get the 30 extra dollars because I demonetize myself like an idiot. That's nice, but you probably live somewhere where houses are $169,000. Silent Lurker, thank you so much, dude. I don't live in a castle. I live in a shitty 2-bedroom apartment. The only difference is this one has an additional room, which I'm in. My butler makes that. Oh shit, the market's closed. What am I still doing here? You're right. I did get a washer dryer in unit. That was my gift to myself, not having to carry a bag of laundry to the fucking laundromat. And yeah, my building had a washer and dryer in the old place, but it was fucking disgusting. Ko-Fi. I saw it. I said thank you. Was there more? No, Silent Lurker just said thank you. And I said thank you back. Politely. I get paid $70K a year to watch your stream. My buddy works as a bartender and he makes more fucking money than I do off of YouTube. He cleared like 155,000 last year. Is Hood dead? I just want you to know that I did Ko-Fi you one time. It happened when you were super absorbed in that 750,000 share block buy a couple weeks ago. Oh, don't donate to me when I'm like up my own ass with DD. That's a terrible time. I'll definitely miss it. And I spend most of my time up my own ass, so it's... Hood Big dead? Yeah, they were overvalued, so... I mean, not Big Dad, but down. Down like $1. How do you know I'm real? You don't. Okay, fuck you guys. I'm done. I'm done with all this for today. You've kept me here an extra 6 minutes. This is like showing up at a restaurant before they close. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye. There's the fucking end credits. There we go.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.